It has been a fabulous weekend of pickleball here at the APP NextGen San Antonio Series Tournament here at the Chicken and Pickle. Lauren McLaughlin here, and we are concluding our day with singles here in the Head Pickleball pregame show. We'll take a quick look at our standings after yesterday's results. As a reminder, each day the players accumulate points based on where they finished during the day and the results that they had. So we have for our ladies, Amanda Hendry out in front, followed by Ivy Tschetter and Ellie Smith rounding out the top three, while over on our men's side, we have a tight one. Gabriel Tardio and Wyatt Stone tied, both with 600 points after yesterday's results, and Jack Foster in third place. So really, in all three spots, it's going to come down to today, which is singles, to finalize who is going to be in those top three at the end of the day and take home a little bit of that prize money. Yesterday also we had a fabulous time having CEO and founder of the APP Tour, Ken Hermann, giving a chat to our young players about singles strategy. Everyone enthralled. Ken Hermann did a great job. I got to learn a couple things myself, even though I don't play singles. If I ever did, I feel prepared now. So it's been an awesome time here at NextGen. This is the first place that we had our first NextGen tournament last year in San Antonio, Texas. So it's great to be back. It's been a pleasure being here. And we, of course, have two more stops this year in 2022. We'll be in Dallas, Texas at the Chicken and Pickle September 30th through October 2nd. And then third weekend in November, 18th through the 20th, we'll be in Kansas City, Kansas at the Chicken and Pickle location there. So if you hadn't already and you have a young pickleball player, 23 years old or younger, who would like to come, I highly recommend it. It's an awesome, fun, unique tournament where they get to play with a lot of their peers, have a senior pro mentor that gives a talk, a little learning, some drilling as well, even if they are out of the tournament. So always so much to do here at these NextGen events. They've just been really special, and we appreciate that you've joined us. So again, Singles Day, we have our men and women playing, and coming up here first on center court, we're going to have the son of Ken Hermann, Kenny Hermann, 22 years old, out of Libertyville, Illinois. He had some good results last weekend at the Oklahoma City NextGen event. Hoping to possibly repeat that here. He's probably hasn't had quite the results he was hoping for, but he is going to take on Jake Farinyish out of Elotes, Texas, 21 years old today. Happy birthday to Jake. It is his birthday, 21 years old. Quite a cool place to be spending it. We actually went and got barbecue in Elotes, Texas last night, so it is very close by. And we are off and running. Chris Galan is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. This is a double elimination format, like most tournaments. 2 out of 3 game matches in the upper half of the bracket, and then once a player has their first loss, they drop into the consolation bracket and play 1 match to 15, hoping to get back into that bronze medal match. Oh, just long there from Hermann. Good morning, Bill. Thank you for joining. Good morning, Odoff. Oh, that was a nice spot there from Hermann, but Farinyish, he's there. Oh, after all that work, Hermann had some really nicely placed shots. It's tough. Good morning, everyone. Farinyish is the number 6 seed here in men's singles, while Hermann, the number 14 seed. Got to see a really great match right before this one, before we started the stream, between Jaden Broderick and Garrett Whitehead. Man, those guys can play some singles. They're going to give the top players a run for their money sooner rather than later, I have no doubt. Yeah, right now Farinyish just seems to be fully in control, really dictating what's going on here in this first game. Farinyish is doing such a great job getting up to the net. We know how important that is to be able to take control of the rally. Hermann not quite able to get up there as much. Once you're up at that net, really opens up a lot of possibilities, makes it that much harder for your opponent to be able to try and pass you, especially with Farinyish, who's 6'3". A lot of length. So beneficial in singles, especially. Nine zero is our score. 10-0, make that. Oh. Might be the first mistake I've seen Farinyish make an entire game so far. Hermann's having some really nice shots. He's just not giving himself quite enough margin on those sidelines. And that will be game one. So birthday boy, Jake Farinyish. First one in the books quite easily. Let's see if Hermann can make some adjustments, put up a little bit more of a fight as we go into game two. We'll be back into the action right after this. game number 1 in this men's singles match went pretty quickly and pretty easily for birthday boy Jake Farinyish, who now is on the far end, turns 21 years old today. He takes on Kenny Hermann on the near end. Oh, a little net clip right at the end of that drive from Hermann. Threw it off just a hair. Oh, that looked a little long on that serve, but Farinyish plays it. And as I mentioned in game 1, Hermann is playing well. He's got some really great shots, some really nice drives, but Farinyish has just been everywhere, and he's been able to get to that net much more than Hermann has, and that gives him a lot more control over these rallies and the way that they end up. That was a beautiful shot right there from Hermann. Beautiful cross-court passing shot. Hermann definitely making a little adjustments here, coming out much stronger in game 2. And we are also seeing a couple errors now creep into Farinyish's game that we did not see in game 1. He played practically perfect. I remember one error that he made all game. Hermann got up to that line, able to control, keep Farinyish back. Haven't seen any cat and mouse between these two. Doesn't seem likely that we will. Oh, that was a beautiful little kind of slice volley there from Farinyish. He is a tennis player as well. Hermann has tennis in his background also. It's tough. Hermann has a really nice deep return. Farinyish has to throw up a lob. But then Hermann didn't really do anything with that lob. He kind of just hit an overhead right back to Farinyish. All right, a little bit of play at the net from both players. Not quite cat and mouse. But we're tied at 4s. I can see that Farinyish's towel that he's using to towel off is actually a Wimbledon towel, which is pretty fun considering the finals are on right now, which I'm sure many people are watching. So we appreciate you having us on as well. Or instead. Seen a couple missed returns from Farinyish, which is just 3 points for Hermann. Good leave. Hermann much more dialed in here in this second game. Much more deliberate in his shots. Really nice little drop there from Farinyish. Can be so effective in singles.
6-5. Boy. 7-5.
Ooh, little tweener there from Birthday Boy. And then misses the volley as he tries to open that paddle face and slice it. Saw a tweener from Curios earlier as well at Wimbledon.
5-7. Side out. 7-5. Boy.
All right, Herman's been pretty clean in the second game, but starting to push some of these shots long and wide.
Side out. 5-8.
Really nice drop there from Hermann. Farinyish was coming up to the net following his return in as he should. Then Hermann, just a beautiful drop, kind of catches him at his feet on his way up.
Side out. 8-6. Boy.
Hermann showing a little bit of vocal frustration now. Oh, good effort, just couldn't quite finish. And we're gonna have a match point here for Jake Farinyish.
10-6. Side out. 6-10. Boy. 7-10.
Oh yeah, that is a nice angle from Farinyish. Really recognizing Hermann is over in that back corner. Had a lot of court to work with. And another match point. And there is a beautiful overhead from Hermann, who also put an angle on it. And Brett, as you mentioned in the chat, singles so different than doubles,
7-10.
especially with those angles. Well done. Again, when you have two partners in doubles, you of course are able. Oh, we got the balloons. We got balloons coming in for the 21st birthday boy, but they're getting in the camera.
Side out. 10-8.
That's gonna sail long, and so after a couple times being able to hold him off, Jake Farinyish is able to close the deal, but a much more competitive game two here. Big congrats to Kenny Hermann. Made some adjustments, made that one an effort for Farinyish. We'll take a short break and back into the action here on our final day at the APP San Antonio Next Gen Tournament right after this. All right, we're about to get into a semifinal matchup here in men's singles. And we have Eli Bertram in the pink shorts who defeated Jack Foster. So a very nice matchup going on here. He is taking on Garrett Whitehead on the far end. Yeah, Bertram defeating Foster 11-2, 11-9 to get here into this semi, while Whitehead defeated Jaden Broderick. As I mentioned, that was a really good match right before we started our stream. Our other semifinal almost set. Jake Farinyish will take on the winner of Wyatt Stone versus Gabriel Tardio. So some really nice matchups going on here. This should be a really nice one as well. Eli Bertram is 17 years old out of why can't I say Mount Carmel, Illinois? Every time it's like I have marbles in my mouth. I don't know what's going on. Garrett Whitehead, also 17 years old out of Draper, Utah. The two of them actually paired up yesterday in men's doubles. Both of them have absolutely unbelievable spin serves.
Side out.
And I think this is going to be a really nice singles match.
3-0. Point. Four, 0. Point.
All right, Bertram in control here
5-0.
early, though, in this first game.
Point.
I mean, this is, these shots that I'm seeing, I mean, these are pro-level shots right now
6-0.
from both of these guys. I mean, just look at the court recognition
7-0.
from
1 minute.
Bertram on this. I mean, drops it. That was a really nice shot from Whitehead there. And then instead of, you can see Whitehead committed to that sideline, and Bertram passes him cross court. And we have a timeout from Whitehead as he finds himself quickly down 7-0 here in game one. I was expecting a little bit closer of a game here between these two. We might see that happen. But what also, and you can see them just, you know, giving each other a little paddle tap there during this timeout. As I mentioned, they played together yesterday. So what's so cool about these NextGen tournaments as well is even though it is a tournament, these players are competitive. The feel of this tournament is much less pressure, a little bit more casual than your normal tournament play. And so I think the players are enjoying themselves a lot more and not taking, you know, losses as hard as you might see some players take them in open pro play.
0-7.
Oh, that was a beautiful drop there from Whitehead. I mean, see Bertram coming in. Good spot there. And, I mean, just gorgeous. All right, Whitehead picking up a little steam here now.
Side out. Seven, 2. Side out. Two, 7.
I mean, people, I think, sometimes watch a tournament like this
Grade
with
7.
unknown young players, and they think,
Point.
oh, they're not even close to being at the pro level. Anyone that's pro would just crush
4,
these young
7.
players, and that is just simply not true. I have seen
Point.
some unbelievable play from players I've never seen before, never heard of, very young.
5, 7.
I think
Side out.
easily these players could win at least a couple
7,
rounds
5.
at the Open Pro level.
Point.
Oop.
And a lit. Well, yeah.
Get stuck behind the banner.
And we've got slightly older ones over there. Okay. Ask Chris for an older one.
So we're going to get a new ball.
Eight, 2. Point.
Again, we saw both Bertram and Whitehead get a lot of free points off their serves yesterday in men's. As I mentioned, they both have crazy spin serves.
Point.
Whitehead just a few too many errors here in this
2.
first game.
Side out.
That'll go just wide.
Two, 10. Point. I said 2, but I meant 5. So
Oh.
6, 10.
We thought we had the score wrong.
Sorry, what? And you are correct. That was I had a referee error on that one. You had 5. I said 2. You served from the wrong side. So actually, we need to replay that rally. No, that was my
All right, so
bad.
we had a referee error.
So you have 5. You have 10.
Whitehead
5, 10.
served from the odd side because he had 5, but Bob Swisshelm called 2, so technically he was on the wrong side, but because it was a referee error, they replayed
10,
that
5.
point. And that will be game 1
Game 11-5.
for Eli Bertram.
2 minutes, please.
I suspect game 2 could be much closer or even the other way. Bob? I want to just get a quick update here. Hey, Bob, can you come explain why that was what that was?
So, because they lined up correctly based upon what I said is 2 instead of 5. We should have been on the odd side. Instead, I said 2.
Yep.
Listen to what I said, so he lined up on the even side. So the point was played out in the incorrect position. So I
Okay.
referee error, my fault, we replayed it out.
Even if he won the point? I know. I was okay. I mean, yeah, I
If it would have been, say, 2 instead of 6,
yeah.
playing on the right, he would have been on the right side. I would have left it alone.
Oh, I gotcha.
It's my fault. We replayed it.
Gotcha. Okay, good clarification there from our referee, Bob Swisshelm. If he had called the score incorrectly, but Whitehead had still been on the correct side, as in if he was on the even side, if Bob had called 2, even though it was 6, he would have still been on the correct side, but because it was an odd versus an even score, therefore it was on the wrong side, and that needed to be replayed.
Win the light, there we go.
Good
15
explanation.
seconds,
And we are off and running into game 2.
gentlemen.
Garrett Whitehead now on the near end, Eli Bertram on the far end.
Point.
always so impressed when young players that are still in their teens oh my, come on, are you serious? Did you just see that entire rally? That's what I'm talking about. These kids are 17 years old. They've never played pro. Look at the way they hit these shots, where they hit these shots, the ability to recognize where their opponent is, where they need to put the ball. This is pro level play right now. They may not have the experience to be able to hang with some of the pros at that level, but their maturity in the game is pro level right now. That's a little Rob Cassidy spin right there. Holy cow, did everyone see that serve? Oh, that would have been a nice little slice. Bertram was over on his left side, flicked that ball, and it came up and over his head in like a rainbow before he hit it. Bertram really having to reach for that on the sideline. Kind of pulled him off his feet. And Whitehead. Oh, just long. Whitehead doing much better and out in front here now, 5-1 in game 2, looking to force a third game in this semifinal. I can see Wyatt Stone under the towel in the back watching. Oh, and he's getting a little massage. I want to say that's maybe grandma, but I don't know.
Side out. 1-8.
Oh my gosh. That was just a rocket ship down the sideline there from Bertram.
2-8. Side out. 8-2. Point.
Dave, as I mentioned, do I think that these two amazing young players could beat a lot of the pros? No, I don't think they could right now. I was talking about their level of maturity with knowing shot selection, where to place it, how to play. That other stuff comes with experience, with reps at the tournament level against pro level players, and that will certainly come. But the foundation is absolutely pro level. So I appreciate that. So game 3 absolutely coming up here. Bit of an opposite effect in game 2. We'll take a short break. Game number 3 in the semifinal between these two amazing young players coming up right after this.
like to dink? Then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
I'm so ready for NextGen.
This is NextGen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the NextGen Tour.
Super excited about NextGen.
I can't wait for the APP NextGen Tour.
I'm super excited for NextGen.
All right, game number 3 about to kick off. Eli Bertram will start us serving on the near end in the pink shorts, 17 years old, out of Mount Carmel, Illinois. He takes on 17-year-old Garrett Whitehead out of Draper, Utah. Had a bit of a flip in terms of results in games 1 and 2. We'll see how this one plays out between these two. Beautiful shot from Bertram.
2-0. Point.
We will switch ends at 6. Oh, wow. Whitehead might have been playing an out ball on this one right here. Oh, no, that was staying in. My spot on the other side of the court looked a little close to that line, but Bertram, great anticipation.
0-4. Point. One, 4. Point.
Great job by Whitehead getting to that line, controlling the rally, trying to cut off the angles for Bertram.
Side out.
What's so tough is both of these players know the other has a crazy spin serve. And so even though they know it and they probably know how to read it fairly well, it's still giving both of them a little bit
Side out.
of issues. Bertram pushing that just a little wide.
2-4.
Oh my gosh.
Side
I
out.
mean, Bertram flipped his paddle over in the middle of maybe 3 shots before the end of that rally. So deceptive. He made Whitehead think he was going somewhere with it, flips it around and hits a forehand down the side.
Point. 3-4.
Again, did he just like pretzel flip that shot? Yes, I mean, he was going for it with a backhand and then in the last minute flips that around, hits a forehand on his left side down that left sideline. Come on.
5-3. Side out.
Odoth, I'll tell you if it ever happens. All right, pretty close third game here.
3-5.
Whitehead holds off the end change. Oh,
Side out.
that is tough. Whitehead had a lot of options from that position on the court.
5-3.
Oh, that was nice. Oh, that was a really nice rally. Ultimately, Whitehead ended up giving the ball back to Bertram just a few too many times. It didn't look like he put enough variety on those shots to kind of keep it away from Bertram. He seemed to always be in the right place at the right time, and Whitehead didn't make that much more difficult for him. So we have an end change with Bertram up 6-3 here in this third game.
Different one? Oh, yeah, on the side out, you keep it. That's only
So Eli Bertram will conclude on the far end of the court.
All right, gentlemen.
Garrett Whitehead on the near end. And as a reminder, Eli Bertram beat Jack Foster already today, 11-2, 11-9. So
6-3.
really nice win. And back into the action.
Side
That
out.
one goes just wide.
3-6. Point. Four, 6.
I mean, that drop from Whitehead, it barely clears the net. And there's nothing Bertram can do about it.
6.
I mean, look at the top spin. And I did not know that gearbox paddles were known for being able to get a lot of spin on the paddle.
Point.
I don't think they are, but he's doing it anyway. People want to talk about, is it the paddle or is it the player? I mean, it's always the player. Paddles can certainly enhance a player's ability, but
7, 6.
you're out here rocking topspin like that with a gearbox paddle, it's the player.
8-6. 1 minute.
All right, we're going to have a timeout here from Bertram as Whitehead has stormed ahead here in this third game. Now up by 2. Trying to take a quick look at our brackets. But for some reason, I am not able to pull it up here. I will have to give you guys an update.
All right, gentlemen, looks like we're ready.
When I can bring that up.
Senior, you have 1 minute.
But as I mentioned,
timeout.
this is a
Third,
semifinal,
you
so the
have
winner of
2.
this will head to the winner bracket final.
8, 6.
Oh, just wide there. Whitehead, not a ton of errors, but he has, as I mentioned, I think in the first game, hasn't
Side out.
given himself quite enough margin on some of these shots on the sideline.
8, 6. Side out.
You can see Josiah Wagey
6, 8.
over on the court next to us. He is known for always wearing jeans when he plays, literally always.
Side out.
Some call him the denim demon, which I love.
8, 6.
Come on. He almost pulled Bertram out of his shoes right there with that angle on that drop.
Nine, 6. Point.
Beautiful spot down that sideline. We're going to have a match point on the paddle of Garrett Whitehead.
10, 6. Side out.
Really nice rally there on both sides. Bertram able to hold off
Timeout. server.
And we're going to have an offensive timeout here from Eli Bertram, as he is trailing by 4 points. He knows he's got to make something happen here, because if he gives Whitehead that serve back, this match could be over. And getting an update from our tournament desk, we are going to have our ladies taking center court. Coming up next, as we allow the back draw of our men's bracket to get a little caught up.
Your last timeout, receiver, you still have 2. Time in, 6, 10. Point. 7, 10.
Oh, that is a tough error at this stage in this third game to make for Whitehead.
8, 10.
Bertram coming back here. Oh, and a 3-point on the serve.
Timeout.
Within
Receiver,
1.
1 minute.
And a good timeout here from Whitehead to compose himself here, as Bertram's gone on a 3-point run. Looking to tie it up. Again, just unbelievably impressive play on both sides. Spencer, Shay wants to know if you've apologized for your actions in Around the World yesterday yet. He laughed because he knows he will never apologize. That's who he is.
All right, 15 seconds, gentlemen.
Ken Hermann in the background talking to some of our parents.
Still have none. Time in, 9, 10. Point.
Oh, too good. Whitehead just lets it float by him because there's not a lot else he can do. And we are tied at 10s. Come on. What? These players are blowing my mind.
11, 10.
Look at these shots. No one at home, unless you know these guys, has even heard of them.
Side out.
These two easily in my top 3 most impressed by new players that I've seen here this weekend.
Point.
All right, Bertram.
11, 11.
Again, Whitehead has gotten Bertram so many times on these beautiful drops from the baseline.
12, 11.
And we have another match point here for Whitehead. Oh, some nice hands at the net from both players. Haven't seen much of both of them at the net. Oh my gosh.
Twelve. Full. Side out.
Tough break. Not as big of a deal in doubles when you have 2 serves available to you, but in singles, when you only have 1, it's a tough break to lose your serve. Oh no, ball on court. And yes, we all did see the dog in the background being held like a baby. I want to point that out. I did not miss that.
12.
All right, Whitehead now getting a free point on the serve. And
13,
back
12.
to a match point. Oh, that was like right on the baseline. Great effort. All right, so now he's just throwing up lobs out of desperation at the baseline because he has nothing else he can do. But Bertram stays nice and calm at that kitchen line.
13. Side out. 12. Side out.
I think Whitehead thinks he might have played an out ball there on that sideline.
12, 13.
Bertram more than happy for the help. Oh, that also like right on the baseline. What? Oh, nice rally. Oh my gosh. I am 100% on the edge of my seat the same way I would be at a pro level singles. This is, look at the hands from Whitehead. Unbelievable. That's my new word of the day. Unbelievable.
13, 13. Side out. Timeout receiver. 13, 13.
All right, final timeout of the match getting blown right now from Whitehead as we are tied up at 13s, and I think a good timeout for him. He has had a few match point opportunities that he hasn't been able to close out. He has managed to stay in it. Bertram did have one match point, but that's all that he has had so far. And it is deathly quiet here at the Chicken and Pickle. I think a lot of intensity here on this championship court as this is such a tight, exciting match.
Time in. 13, 13. Side out. 13, 13. Side out.
That was so good, but so nasty of a little drop shot right there from Bertram. Executed flawlessly.
13, 13. Side out. I saw it out.
All right, that is called out. Whitehead asks referee Bob Swisshelm,
13,
confirms
13.
the out call. I mean, just such brilliant point construction there from Whitehead, hitting the perfect spots
14, 13.
in a really nice pattern, and he gets himself another match point. We're at least at 5 here. Oh, he goes for the little pretzel flip up the sideline. Oh my gosh! I mean, I have nothing else to say. It's just wows and unbelievable and ridiculous. We'll take a short break. I'll head to the Franklin studio after this, and then we're back into the action for a ladies singles match here at NextGen right after that. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Garrett Whitehead. An absolutely phenomenal match that you just had with Eli, who you played with yesterday in men's. Went to 3. The first game, you seemed a little unsure, had to turn it around. What was your thought going into game 2 that you needed to change to have a different result?
Well, he was the starting server in game 1, and that's obviously really tough with the spin serve. So game 2, I tried to put a lot of pressure on my serve starting, and he missed a few, and that kind of got him, I think, demoralized. Same with me on the first game. And then, so basically whoever served first won both games. And then I started a lot of pressure and kept it going.
In that third one, which was super close, you had a lot of match points that you weren't able to close out. Did the pressure build a little bit when you knew you were having a little trouble finishing?
Yeah, definitely. I tried to go for more winners, tried to go for more shots. I hit a lot more out, but I also got it past him more, and he did the same. So both of us were just trying to hit it a lot harder.
So that level of play easily could have been pro level play. You guys played so well. What do you do in terms of drilling, or when you're at home, what do you work on to try and make your game as good as it is right now?
I mainly try to work on my consistency. Like, everyone can hit a shot maybe once or twice, but not everyone can hit it consistently. So I try to just go on a ball machine, hit the same shot over and over, and try to get it down.
How much time do you think you spend maybe during the average week trying to get out on the court and drill?
Probably 10 to 20 hours.
All right. Okay. I mean, putting in the work.
20 is a bit much, but probably 10.
I mean, it's more than I do, so he is playing absolutely unbelievable. You're into the winner bracket final. Congratulations. And we'll be back with more action with a ladies singles match coming up right after this. first, apologies, mostly to D. Davidson, who correctly gave me the information, and I'm stupid and don't know how to read text well. But we have our other men's semifinal first, and then we will have the ladies coming up. So, D. Davison crushing it as always on the tournament desk. My apologies for that misinformation, but we have Gabriel Tardio and Jake Farinyish about to square off here to secure the second spot in the winner bracket final.
15 seconds.
As I mentioned earlier, Jake Farinyish, it is his birthday today. He turns a lovely 21 years old. I hope he probably has some plans with friends later tonight. I don't want to speculate on what 21-year-olds do on their birthday, but, you know, hopefully he has a good time after the tournament today. He takes on the number 2 seed here today, though, Gabriel Tardio, 16 years old, out of Jupiter, Florida. Currently tied with Wyatt Stone in first place on the leaderboard. Nice job by Farinyish doubling up in that corner. Out there from Tardio.
1, 2.
A little wide there.
2, 1.
Chris Galan is our USA Pickleball Certified referee. Awesome to have her here. She is from this area around San Antonio, Texas.
4, 1.
And I think Tardio is certainly the favorite here in this matchup, although Farinyish is the 6th seed, not too far down the line, and has been playing very well all weekend. Tardio knows he looked out there. Unforced error from Farinyish into the net. It's really nice spot down the line there from Tardio. I think everyone is used to seeing Gabe Tardio playing on the pro scene, especially in singles, has some good results. So he certainly has more tournament reps under his belt than Farinyish at that high level. Being able to play against the best players always helps your game improve. Oh, look at that puppers.
1, 7.
I think that's Jake's dog with his family, if I'm not mistaken. He also has some really cool, gigantic 21 balloons for his birthday as well. Oh, what a passing shot there from Farinyish. And that's been the real difference here at NextGen, is sometimes all that separated the players that are winning these days is simply just the amount of reps that they have had. Because, I mean, look at these shots. The talent is there. The talent is at the level, but a lot of times the talent gets you up to a certain point, and then being able to have that tournament experience can help bridge the gap. into that upper level.
Seven, four.
I mean, come on. That spot from Farinyish, look at this. First of all, that is a beautiful drop right there from Tardio.
4-7.
And then you can see Tardio instantly commits to that right sideline because he thinks that's where Farinyish is going to, and he ends up flipping it right across the kitchen.
5-7. Side out. Seven, five.
All the balloons.
Side out.
Tardio, his hands to the sky.
5-7. Boy.
I mean, I think there's been some people that I've seen either, on the forum or in the chat making comments about how
7.
oh, that was probably going out. About how some of the players that they have seen here at NextGen that are young players but play pro level, how it's not fair that they're playing here, that they're just crushing all the other kids.
Out.
And I would say you haven't really been watching these matches then, because
6-7.
these have been very close. And they don't even always win. So that is really unfair to make that kind of a statement and assume that just because you've never seen a player play before, or maybe they haven't played at pro yet for any number of reasons, but the talent here is undeniable. I mean, does it look like Gabriel Tardio is crushing Jake right now? It sure doesn't. And as we know in pickleball, even the best pros in the world
6-7.
have bad games, bad matches, bad days, without question.
Side out. 7-6. Side out. 6-7.
Nice job by Tardio staying strong at that line. Keeping Farinyish
Called by the server. Score is 7.
back at that baseline. And we have an offensive timeout here from Gabriel Tardio. He, I think, has not been able to do what he's wanted to do here in this first game. Farinyish is kind of running him around a little bit, although Tardio does have a slim 1-point lead. But extremely evenly matched first game so far. Game 2 could be entirely different. Could be a total blowout one way or the other. Oh, we got some cheers. Farther down, I see Jack Foster is playing a young man I have not had the pleasure of seeing on championship court.
Seconds. Server. First timeout, one remaining. Retainer, you still have 2 timeouts.
And I still cannot get the bracket to pull up, so
Point.
all right. Well done coming out of that timeout, getting a quick point for Tardio. Again, smart play there from Tardio. We've talked all weekend that these courts are a little tight on space here at Chicken and Pickle for things like an ATP. When you put an angle on some of those overheads, it is really tough to return them. Farinyish very well could have gotten that shot back, but he had a wall to contend with, so that didn't happen. Tardio very frustrated with himself after that shot into the net. Spot there from Tardio. Farinyish needed just a half step to his left to get a better paddle on that, but ended up reaching instead. Oh, that's nice. Two-handed backhand cross court from Tardio. That will give him a game point. We have a timeout first, though, from Jake Farinyish. He had to come back a little bit in the beginning of this first game after Tardio took a quick lead. All right, we're getting a little question about whether or not we can move the signs a little bit closer to the back. Because again, it's very tight here. Tough to not feel like you're gonna run in to something. We push that back just a little bit.
Each player has one timeout remaining. Time in, 10-6.
Oh, that's beautiful. And that right there is where experience and reps can come into play in kind of clutch moments when you need to finish out a game. Tardio's going to stare at himself in the replay of that shot on the screen before he's done. We'll take a short break back into game 2 of this semifinal match right after this. Back into the action here in our second semifinal, and I'm a little concerned about Jake Farinyish. He was kind of stretching out that quad at the end of the first game, and you can see him still kind of stretching it. He was stretching it in between games 1 and 2, and I am not sure if it's a cramp or if he maybe tweaked something, but never like to see that. Oh my goodness. Tardio tries for the little trick flip pretzel shot that he does really well when he hits it, but Farinyish just anticipated it so well, and he's right there to just smack it away. good. Farinyish had to run. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he almost got that too. Again, Farinyish 6'3". He's got a lot of like that. Oh, he's a little, oh yeah. He's walking gingerly on that leg. I don't like that.
1-0.
Reminded me very much of J.W. Johnson in that last rally where Johnson doesn't look like he's, oh, ugh. I don't know if Jake's going to be able to finish this match. He's not. So he is going to just withdraw. Oh, that's so, oh, I hate that so much. That makes me so sad. He was playing so well, and I don't know. Oh, yeah, he's just like really grimacing now. So he's going to withdraw. Tardio's going to get that second spot in the winner bracket final, taking on Garrett Whitehead. But I really hope that it's just maybe a tweak, maybe a cramp. It's his 21st birthday. He's got to go have some fun tonight. But a big congrats to Jake Farinyish. He has played absolutely amazing all weekend. It's been an absolute pleasure watching him play. Got to see him last year in the very first ever Next Gen event here in San Antonio, and look forward to seeing him many more times, hopefully at Next Gen or on the Pro Tour in the near future. And that means we will take a short break, and we'll be back with now a ladies match, I believe. But we'll get you guys an update back here at Chicken and Pickle, San Antonio, Texas, right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to our final day of coverage here at the APP Next Gen San Antonio event. We have 2 ladies matches coming up back-to-back. Our ladies are playing a round-robin format. We're going to have Amanda Hendry on the near end, 23 years old, out of Port St. Lucie, Florida, currently leading the women on the accumulated scoreboard with points for today, accumulated through the weekend. She takes on Ivy Tschetter on the far end, 17 years old, out of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. And if you're just joining us, yes, Jake Farinyish had to withdraw for the rest of singles day. It didn't look like he did anything particular to hurt himself, but looked like that quad either just got tight or possibly was cramping a little bit, so he had to withdraw. But I don't think anything serious. So definitely send some good thoughts his way on his 21st birthday today. Hendry is the number 1 seed here today. Tschetter the number 3. And a quick timeout here from Tschetter as she's trailing 3-0. Bob Swisshelm is our USA Pickleball Certified referee. See Tschetter talking to herself a little bit there. She is a fierce competitor. If she hits a really nice shot during this match, she will definitely have a big come on that she yells. But she was talking to me a little bit about being nervous going into this match, as singles is not her game, she said. She talked earlier in an interview this weekend about she really wants to work on her singles game, but it can be really tough when you're not used to singles. It's definitely a whole other animal to work on, so nice recovery off the net, but pushes it wide.
5-0.
Amanda Hendry has had some really good results in singles and has definitely more experience at the top levels in singles, so she definitely has those reps in. We talked about that a little earlier today, just how much getting those reps, especially at tournament level play. You can do a lot of drilling and a lot of work on your game outside of tournaments, but you cannot ever replicate the tournament experience and pressure and what's on the line outside of a tournament. Nice effort there from Tschetter. That's Hendry trying to work that ball around, get one past her.
8-0.
Oh, some nice gets there from Tschetter. Well done at the net and at the baseline. And what's so cool about these Next Gen tournaments is the players can play all 3 days. And that means if you're not necessarily a singles player, you can get some experience playing singles in a tournament setting. And that can maybe be a good jumping off point to what you need to work on, where you feel like you struggled, or some things that you thought stood out to you in terms of things to work on. So although Tschetter is not very versed at the singles game yet. She wants to be learning and working on that, so I know this will be a really good way for her to pinpoint some things that she can now take home,
8-2.
incorporate into her drilling sessions.
Side out. 2-8.
Nice little exchange there at the net from our ladies. I think one of the things that's so critical about the singles game at the net that you'll see all of the top players, if you watch their footwork, that is equally as important as the shots that they're hitting. So a lot of the top players, if you watch them when they get up to that net, they move their feet laterally. Watch Hendry as she's kind of, a beautiful shot there from Tschetter. But as you watch her, she won't cross her legs. She will move laterally side to side at that kitchen line, keeping her base nice and grounded.
Side out. 9-2.
Nicely done there from Tschetter. Good little point construction going right to that back corner, pulling Hendry wide and then opening up that cross-court shot. Oh, and a nice free point off the serve.
Three, 9. Point.
Hendry starting to make a couple errors here these last couple rallies. Tschetter, it seems like, has started to put a couple things together, made some adjustments after that timeout she took, being down 3-0 earlier in this first game.
Side out. 9-5.
Nice deep return there, follows it up to the kitchen, gets a lofting shot and a nice put away there with that forehand.
5-9. Side out.
Good leave there from Hendry. Tschetter had to lunge a little bit to get that. Usually hard to hit a good shot. Usually you're going to end up
9-5.
putting a little too much on it because of the effort you had to make to get your body in position.
Point. Is that a timeout? Timeout receiver. 10-5.
All right, we're going to have a timeout here from Tschetter as Hendry will have her first game point of the match here in game one. Again, our ladies are playing a round-robin format, so we will have Olivia Sutton taking on Ellie Smith right after this match, and then we will be back with our men's winner bracket final. Bob Swisshelm being very serious. The screen is delayed behind us, so I showed him he was on camera. That got a good chuckle from him. Don't worry, he's having a good time too, folks. He's having a good time.
Still have 2.
Right, Tschetter taking some deep breaths.
10-5.
Ooh.
Point and game. First
Really
game,
nice
11-5.
last rally there on both sides.
2 minutes, please.
Hendry got some nice drives and finishes out game 1 11-5. We'll switch ends and be back into this ladies singles match here at NextGen San Antonio right after this.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is NextGen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the NextGen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP NextGen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com. And we are
Ladies,
back
15 seconds, please.
here in our women's singles, our final day of coverage here for the APP Next Gen San Antonio event. We have 2 more still left this year in Dallas and Kansas City. Beautiful spot there in that back corner from Hendry. We have Amanda Hendry on the far end. She's taking on Ivy Tschetter on the near end.
0-0.
There's the come on I was looking for from Ivy Tschetter. She has a very distinct come on, very specific to her.
0-0.
These two actually paired up yesterday in women's doubles.
Point.
Nice little drop there. Hendry is currently first on the leaderboard for the ladies here at Next Gen, while Tschetter is in that second slot.
1-0. Side out. 0-1.
Oh, good get on that backhand from Tschetter. Gets the rollover. We have a couple really nice matches going on. I can see next to us we have Wyatt Stone taking on Ercilio Cabieses in a match to 15 next to us. And then on the court past that, we have Jack Foster and Jaden Broderick facing off in a match to 15.
2-0. Side out.
Ooh, Shay, you guys are getting a chicken and pickle in St. Louis? We're going to have 3 Next Gen stops next year, still to be announced. So I will put in the request. All right, Tschetter getting fired up again. Definitely coming out much more confidently here in game 2. And even though she says singles is not her favorite and she doesn't feel like it's her best part of her game, I mean, she's certainly got some singles chops.
Point.
So I think she was just being modest.
3-0. Side out. 0-3. Side out. 3-0.
Oh, that might have been going out, but Hendry commits to it, ends up clipping off the tip of her paddle.
Four, 0. Point.
Tschetter in command here in this second game.
5-0. Point.
She shows no signs of slowing down now. Tschetter been pretty error-free here in this second game. Let's sails that one long. Let's see if Hendry can get a little something going here. And she does indeed with that beautiful shot down the sideline right into that back corner.
1-6.
Oh my. Wow. Really nice job from both ladies. Staying engaged at the net. Tschetter with some quick hands getting that volley.
Point.
Thought I might see a timeout here from Hendry.
1. Point.
This is very much shaping up to possibly go to a third game here. Haven't seen a lot of matches this weekend go to 3, but have
8-1.
had a couple very exciting ones. Had one earlier today between Garrett Whitehead and Eli Bertram in the semifinals. I believe went 14-12 in the third. Little net cord helps out Tschetter. Yeah, Hendry just seems a little off her game here in this second game after playing very solidly in game 1. A lot more errors here on her side. Spot there from Tschetter with that two-handed backhand. And Shay, you bring up a good point. There is possibly a better side or end to be on here for our players. I haven't. Oh, wow. Oh, my. Holy cow. Ivy Tschetter. Well done. Good effort. Doesn't come out on top of that, but got a couple shots I didn't think she was going to be able to get a paddle on. Another net court there. And again, pretty good lighting conditions indoors here at Chicken and Pickle, but you do have, you know, that garage door behind you that has the sunshine. It's a little brighter. Could potentially maybe affect some of the shots. Haven't heard any of the players necessarily mention that one end has been better than the other.
1-9.
But certainly possible. And that one goes long from Hendry after a beautiful shot in the last rally. Got her the side out.
Server. 9-1.
Oh, and we're going to have a timeout offensively here from Tschetter. My guess is she simply just needs a rest, and Hendry takes one herself as she takes a seat in the far corner. And it has been very, very hot in Texas this week. The last 2 days have been about 105. Feels hotter than that outside. Today actually seems slightly less oppressive, but I think it's going to be a nice cool 101, I think it said. So it is certainly beneficial to be indoors with the air conditioning, but just being in a place that's so hot creates a lot of humidity. Players going indoors and outdoors as they go over to the main building to get some food or beverages, so the heat sort of takes its toll regardless.
Side out.
Haley, it's a good point.
1-9.
There are more distractions behind the near end, since that is where the spectators are walking past, people sort of chatting and hanging out, so that is a different, potentially distracting background for the player on the far end where Hendry is currently. Oh, Tschetter doing a really nice job, but pushed that last one a little wide.
Side out.
And I think for anyone that has ever played singles knows that the level of fitness that you need to be able to play singles is at a whole other level than doubles. Oh my goodness, that slice backhand from Tschetter on that last shot. Oh, that was gorgeous, and it gets her a game point here in game 2.
10-3. Side out. Three, 10. Side out.
Yeah, Tschetter just seemed to tap into a level of confidence and self-assuredness here in this second game. And it has gotten her into a third game here between our ladies. We will take a short break. Back into the action right after this. Not many matches have gone to 3 games, but this one is Amanda Hendry on the near end, taking on Ivy Tschetter on the far end. You can see Ellie Smith in the background. She will face Olivia Sutton in the next match here on center court. But so far, the player that has been on the near end of the court has fared better in this match. Hendry starts there, but she won't finish there, as we'll switch ends at 6 here in this third game.
2-0. Side out.
Again, we talk about how much more important in singles it is that you get that serve in, because you only have one of them. Makes it that much more important. Really nice job from Hendry. A couple short hops there, but finds that empty corner. Oh, did it hit the line? It did. Wow. That one clips the net, falls straight down, and just catches the outside of that line.
Side out.
I now see Jack Foster has finished his match to 15 that was going on, and he's now courtside, supporting Hendry, offering some words of encouragement.
1-3. Side out.
Great job from Hendry. Catches Tschetter crash in the net.
3-1. Side out.
We ordered 4 as per
1-3.
Okay.
Point. Two, three. Side out.
Hendry at the very last second had to take that ball out of the air, and worked out for her, but she was in a precarious spot there near the baseline. Wasn't sure if that was going out or not, had to play it. Gorgeous shot down the line from her. Tschetter returns down the line, comes into the middle, and Hendry just... Oh, again, Hendry's caught Tschetter a couple times here in this third game. Going one way and she's going the other, so good recognition. And she will get the end change. So again, Hendry out in front from the near end. Will be very interesting to see after this end change if Tschetter is able to pick up some momentum, and if that near end is indeed more favorable. We also were hand-delivered our unbelievable, amazing chicken and waffle. Spencer, do you want to show it now since it's fresh and beautiful and fabulous? Everyone, look at this. Look at this gorgeousness. I mean, hello, hello. Yes, I'm very excited to eat this. Chicken and
15
waffles.
seconds, ladies.
Ken Hermann thought that was amazing. Look, Ken, showing it off.
Time in. 6-2. Point.
Got to show off the amazing food here at Chicken and Pickle. Another great spot down the line. We have a timeout here from Ivy Tschetter as Hendry rolling a little bit after the end change. Looking to close this out. As I mentioned, we'll have another ladies match coming up next. Olivia Sutton will take on Ellie Smith. And that should be a fun matchup. And then we will have our men's winter bracket final. Ooh, do they have vegan chicken and waffles, Shay? That might be tough. That might be a tough ask. I'm gonna kind of assume no. Which I apologize for.
Point. Nine, two. Point.
Tschetter not happy. Little toss of that one-shot paddle as she uses her second timeout with Hendry on a match point as we come back from this timeout. Seems Hendry is just, again, we talk so much about how the momentum can shift within a game, game to game, match to match. Nothing is ever guaranteed in pickleball in terms of the momentum staying on your side. Can change in a moment, so it looks like Hendry has kind of regained the momentum here in this third game, even after losing that second game. And we're going to have a match point. Oh, holy cow. Hendry was ripping those shots off the baseline, and she will get the job done. We'll take a short break. I head to the Franklin studio before I just devour this chicken and waffles. And then we'll be back into the action with our next ladies match. Don't go anywhere. Coming back right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. We're having a little bit of camera issues, so we had to rock our kitchen cam for a moment. Congratulations, got it done. A tight 3-game match there. First, we were talking a little bit on the stream and in the chat. Have you felt this weekend that one of the ends of the court has been more favorable, or that you feel like you do better on a certain end?
Not necessarily. I think today in this game, definitely, but I don't know. I felt like mentally I kind of like wasn't fully in it in the second game too, so I didn't notice it the rest of the week, but today I felt it. But I don't know if it was me or the court. and Ivy also played very well too. So.
Yeah, it can be just a variety of things, of course. So we see you a lot in singles. You have a lot of really good results on the women's side. What, when you're drilling and working on things off court, do you do specifically for your singles?
Yeah, so I really struggle with my return and coming in, as was kind of seen today. So I've been working a lot on that, kind of trying to figure out whether to like slice return, just push it back and return, do topspin return, and it's definitely a work in progress, but working through that. Also been trying to incorporate some roll shots. That's also a work in progress, but yeah, some like small things that I need to kind of implement into my game to kind of have a little bit of a fuller game.
I love it. Well, everyone always has stuff to work on all the time, so congratulations again. Really well done. Oh, we're back on this cam now. Thank you, Mitch. All right, well, congratulations. We are off into our next women's singles match that's coming up in just a minute. We have another ladies singles match coming up right now, but I have just been delivered a piece of cake on behalf of that it's Jake Farinyish's birthday today, 21 years old. So I am just a happy camper over here. I got my chicken and waffles, and now I got my cake. I've been eating way too much food while we've been here, so excited to get home and get back to my normal routine after being on the road for the last month. But wouldn't trade it for the world, and so excited to be here at the APP Next Gen San Antonio event. We have Ellie Smith on the far end, 23 years old from Bone Gap, Illinois, and she is taking on Miss Olivia Sutton, 15 years old from Festus, Missouri. Oh, pulled that just a little wide. We talked about earlier in the weekend that Sutton has some similar shot styles to Lauren Stratman, which I think pretty cool comparison. One of the best players on the women's pro circuit. Oh, sneaks it over. And I believe Olivia Sutton also told me yesterday that she is excited to work on her singles game more. So I don't think she plays a ton of singles currently.
Attention all NextGen players, we have a birthday boy in the house. Jake turns 21 today. Here he is. Unfortunately, he hurt his knee, which is taken out of the singles competition. But they brought a terrific cake. Anybody wants a piece of birthday cake, come over and say happy birthday to Jake. And we've got a big cake over here they got to get rid of. So let's wish Jake a big happy birthday.
Oh, pushes just a little wide. I'm not sure if Ellie Smith really plays a lot of singles either. So I think both mentioned to me that they are really excited to kind of have this learning experience and work on their singles game a little bit more. This is the perfect opportunity to do so. These Next Gen tournaments are specifically about player development in the younger players, 23 and under. And while certainly some of these players have a little bit more experience than others, it's a great chance to play with some of your peers in the same age range as you. And just in a slightly more casual setting, just get that experience, get that development in your game. I think everyone's had a really great weekend so far. Beautiful drop shot there from Sutton. And I did hear that Sutton might have hurt her big toe yesterday or possibly this morning, so I think that is causing her a little bit of an issue. You saw her kind of holding her foot earlier. She's did look like that might have caught that line, but very close. So I think Sutton probably isn't able to move quite as quickly as she would like to due to that big toe being injured a little bit, which we all know what that's like. That is tough. And we're tied up at, we were tied at 5s, but Ellie Smith now takes a 1-point lead.
6-5.
Nice get there. That's just really tough. Smith is moving that ball side to side, which is a great strategy in singles. You want to be moving your opponent around the court. Oh my goodness. Drop from Sutton just there. I think it's likely that Smith knows Sutton is struggling just a little bit with that foot.
Side out. 7-5.
Oh, I really love that from Smith. She was lunging a little bit more, but she decided to be aggressive and take that ball out of the air and volley it. She sneaked it over the net because she was a little behind that ball. But that's so crucial in the singles game. You want to be able to volley a shot as often as you can in the right moments because your opponent then cannot set up for the next shot. So letting it drop gives them really about, and when you think about it, like 2 full seconds to set up for that next shot. Okay, a little power shot there from Sutton.
Okay, sounds good. 6-8. Slide out. 8-6. Point. 9-6. Point.
Yeah, Sutton struggling just a little bit here in game 1, keeping those drives from going long.
10-6.
Just a little too much power. Needs to be harnessed a little bit better. That was much better on that return there from her. Talked earlier in the weekend as well. Not as many ladies playing this weekend, but I am already familiar with Amanda Hendry and Ivy Tschetter, but it was my first time getting to see Ellie Smith and Olivia Sutton play this weekend, and I am so impressed by both of their level of play, and I hope they really continue to work on their game with the hopes of entering into the pro scene in the near future. I think they would both be phenomenal additions to the ladies' side on the pro scene. Just really, really impressed with both of them. You'll notice also that Sutton, who has mounted a comeback here and is within 1, she doesn't really use that two-handed backhand. Definitely not as often as a lot of the women players that you see do. I also do not have a two-handed backhand, but I would love to develop that part of my game a little bit more. I just have been playing pickleball a long time and never really had as high a level of a tennis background that sort of made that two-handed backhand come naturally to me in pickleball, but definitely something I hope to work on. And interesting to see that Sutton as well doesn't have a two-handed backhand that she rocks all the time. A lot of the women players in singles, on most of their drives, if it's on the backhand side, it's going to be a two-handed backhand. All right, Sutton within 1 of tying it up here. So yeah, you can see that there's the one-handed backhand from Sutton. I'm not sure if she has a two-handed backhand at all, which is perfectly okay. Whatever works for you is what works for you. There is no right or wrong way to do anything in pickleball. And we are tied up at 10s. Oh, that's tough. Smith kind of got caught on the back wall trying to return that shot. And we've talked a lot. It's really tough. Chicken and pickles are not designed to have really high-level tournament plays and the amount of space that you really need to comfortably do that. So these are a little tight. We have some players definitely that have struggled with some ATP, returning some angled shots that they definitely would maybe have if they had a little more room on those sidelines. Ooh. Puts Smith back tied up now at 11s.
11-11.
Oh, nice spot there from Sutton.
12-11.
Game point here for Olivia Sutton. Ooh, just leaves that a little short. It's tough. I can definitely see her limping ever so slightly, but she is absolutely giving it all she has right now. Again, these pickups that she's getting are because she has a one-handed backhand. She could not get those pickups on that backhand side that are behind her if she's using a two-handed backhand.
12-12.
Man, I have no idea how this first game is going to end up. Both of these ladies just grinding it out here.
12-12.
Oh, Sutton, well done. Wasn't even that hard of a drive, very low, but she just placed it so well. And Smith had kind of overcommitted herself to going towards the middle and then couldn't change course in time. Another game point for Sutton. Good effort. Sutton got up to that line, really stayed in control of that rally, and she kept herself a game point. Let's see if she can close it out here.
13-12.
After coming back from 10-5. And she does.
Game 14-12.
Well played on both sides. Really nicely done. Aw, I love our ladies. Oh, she's not going to play anymore. Are they done? Wait, what's happening? What's happening? We'll take a short break. Okay. I thought, okay, it looked like they were like being done. They were like hugging and telling I'm so sorry. We're not done. Game 2 coming up. Sorry. Misread the body language. We'll be back into the action right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Apologies again for my misreading the situation. Chris Galan, our USA Pickleball certified referee, rightfully in between those games called me out for having too many waffles. I'm waffle drunk over here. I apologize. Game number 2 underway here in our ladies singles match. We have Olivia Sutton on the far end now, Ellie Smith on the near end. They are very good friends. We were just having a little cuddle before this game kicked off, which I love to see.
1-0.
Sutton mounted a comeback, down 10-5 in game 1, ultimately taking it 14-12. Quite a battle at the end. And Sutton keeps the momentum rolling here with a quick 2-0 lead. Nicely done. Smith trying to get up to the net, gain a little control of this rally, but Sutton read it very well, able to pass her.
Side out.
Sutton coming over the top of that ball a little bit too much.
1-3.
But Smith right back in it now.
2-3.
Good effort there from Sutton.
3-3.
We're tied up at 3s. Shay, I 100% agree. Callie Smith, watch yourself. Ellie Smith is the new braid game in town. Man, and Sam last name. Yep. Definitely battle of the braids. It's coming. Both our ladies struggling a little bit, putting some drives into the net.
4-3. Side out.
And the trouble continues for Sutton. She's getting some really nice deep serves though. Oh, that was, I think that was wide. Yeah, that serve was wide.
4-3.
Short return. Sutton able to get up to the net. Again, that is what's so important in singles. You have to get your return, not only your serve deep, but your return deep. If that return is short or the serve is short, it really gives your opponent immediately an advantage to be able to come towards the net, put a little bit more power, opening up the court a little bit more for them. So a little bit more critical in singles to make sure that serve is very deep, and then the return is very deep as well. Easier said than done, but that's something you can absolutely drill at home and work on. Eli Bertram over there. We saw him earlier today in a epic 3-game match with Garrett Whitehead. They played together in mixed on Friday, giving some advice. I love it. We have the screens around Chicken and Pickle showing our live stream as well, so everyone kind of knows when they're on camera. And it's like being in a stadium. You're like, oh my gosh, it's me. I'm on the screen.
Referee's got 2 timeouts. Time in. 6-3.
All right. Let's see if. Oh.
Side out.
Just gonna see. Let's see if Smith got some good advice and coaching there from Bertram. Sutton did a great job of sort of gradually working her way up to the net. I think she could have followed her return in immediately up to the net, but some people are just a little bit more comfortable kind of working their way up.
Side out.
Tough miss hit there from Smith. Had a layup shot there. Those are always some of the most frustrating shots to miss the easy gimme shots that you think should not be missed. What a spot there from Sutton. I mean, Smith almost on the court trying to lunge for that. It was put in such a perfect place. 7-3. Excuse me. Little nut cord there. Makes it pretty difficult for Smith to put a paddle on that. Almost does, but it's a little out of her reach. Thought she was going to have that. Oh, wow. What a pickup there from Sutton. Going coast to coast. Ooh, and then Smith pushes it a little wide.
8-4.
Oh, just misses that back corner. Return there from Smith. Sutton tried to slice it when she returned it a little bit, but ends up opening her paddle a little bit too far, sails that long, and she will call a timeout as a result. Still has a 3-point lead. Not super comfortable, but not nothing, so she is going to try and regain a little bit of focus and control here while Smith trying to get this momentum rolling. Ellie Smith must win this second game to force a third if she wants a shot at taking this match. And this is our final day of coverage as we are winding down our singles day. Again, each day does have a gold, silver, and bronze medalist. However, instead of that being the final determining factor of the day, that then adds points that get accumulated throughout the weekend, and then there is an overall first, second, and third place finisher for the weekend in men's and women's. So we will know who our finishers are at the conclusion of today. Nice one-handed backhand volley there cross court from Sutton. Gets her the ball back with a 2-point lead still.
8-6. Point. 9-6.
So nicely done. Sutton kind of on her heels after a really nice shot from Smith. But then she just drops it in so beautifully. And a second and final timeout from Smith as Sutton has a match point on that paddle tech paddle when we come back in from the timeout. Smith getting some more advice and coaching there from Eli Bertram. Who absolutely has impressed me significantly this weekend as well with his level of play. Oh, there's Jace Landier in the background. Another one of my favorite new people that I got to watch this weekend. Just 13 years old, out of Caledonia, Michigan, so always got to shout out my fellow Michiganders. All right. Into the action. Match point here for Olivia Sutton.
Side out. 6-10.
That was a really nice deep return there from Sutton. Like I mentioned earlier, so important in singles to get that return deep. It's your opportunity to get yourself up to the net and keep your opponent back. Oh, that's beautiful. And Olivia Sutton comes out on top. But big hugs all around. Really nicely played from Ellie Smith as well. We'll take a short break. I'll head to the Franklin studio to chat with Miss Sutton, and then we're back with our men's winner bracket final right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Olivia Sutton, who really nice match against good friend Ellie. It's always a little tough to play good friends as well, but that first game you had to mount a little bit of a comeback. Were able to overcome. How going into game 2, having been able to come out on top in game 1?
I felt a little confident, like just wanted to go into the next one, thinking that, okay, you got this. You got the first one, just got to get the second one, and then you're through. So
we mentioned a little bit. We know you're struggling a little bit with a toe issue that's not super comfortable. We all know what that's like when you're going into this match, knowing that you're not 100% where you'd like to be physically. Do you have to just ramp up the mental part of the game to just like really dig deep and be able to still give it everything you got?
I think so. I think that's most of it. I just wanted to come out and try my best. I knew that it wasn't going to be 100%, but I just thought I'd give it my all. So I think
you did. You did, absolutely. And we also noticed what's interesting is most of the women now at the upper level have a two-handed backhand. You do not, nor do I, so it's totally fine. Do you want to incorporate the two-hand? Is it just not as comfortable to you? Does the one hand is it a little more natural to you?
I feel like the one hand is a little more natural, and I do want to incorporate the two-handed backhand, but it just takes a little bit of time to work on it and get things going. So I think it'll be in my game.
We'll drill together on our two-handed backhands. It'll be amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us for that women's match. Our men's singles winter bracket final is coming up next here at NextGen, so don't go anywhere. Back after this.
So ready for NextGen.
This is NextGen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the NextGen Tour.
Super excited about NextGen.
I can't wait for the APP NextGen Tour.
I'm super excited for NextGen.
Welcome back to our men's singles winner bracket final here at the APP San Antonio Next Gen Tournament. Lauren McLaughlin here, and I'm joined by Ken Hermann himself, creator and founder of the APP Tour, as well as this Next Gen series. We have Gabriel Tardio on the near end, taking on Garrett Whitehead on the far end. This should be a really nice match, even though Whitehead is the 12th seed and Tardio is the second, and I think Tardio very well known to people at home. I mean, Garrett Whitehead, he's coming for the pro scene in singles sooner rather than later.
This boy can play. I mean,
Absolutely.
He has knocked out, some of the top seeds that were in our draw, Jack Foster, Wyatt Stone, Hercilio. This Garrett has just been very impressive. We did a talk last night. He walks up to me and goes, Ken, it all made sense. It all made sense. For the viewership at home, we talked about the triangles on a pickleball court and the importance of working those triangles as target zones and staying in the pattern. And this young man has been hitting these triangle target zones left and right. So I'm very, very impressed with him.
Definitely one of the standout players to me here at Next Gen for sure. Garrett Whitehead, just 17 years old, out of Draper, Utah. Gabriel Tardio, 16, out of Jupiter, Florida. And as you just saw on that last one, Whitehead has a very impressive spin serve.
He's got an impressive spin serve. And
so much on it.
And he moves very well on the court. He does a really good job of holding on to his line and is very precise with his shot selection.
Look at that two-handed backhand.
Yeah.
Just down the line, right past, an established at the pro scene player.
Yeah. So now we've got Gabriel. I think Gabriel is in first place right now in the standings. He was our Next Gen winner last week in Oklahoma City, played really well, and he's come in here and continued that momentum. Spent the last 3 days here staying at his friend's Wyatt Stone's house, so they were able to train some together. But this is good. This is good that we've got two young kids similar in age that have not really seen each other that much.
Yep.
Get a crack at one another. We want these kids to come out here and be aggressive when they play against each other, but then we also want them to be teammates and friends off the court.
I mean, the angles. Don't you think Garrett Whitehead has just an extreme mature level of game strategy already at this age?
Garrett definitely does have that, but the one thing that Garrett has done consistently all day today is he's making his opponent beat him. He doesn't play loose shots. And by loose shots, I mean unforced errors. He's making his opponents play that extra ball, and because he's so fast on the court, he's always making them hit that extra shot.
Very clean player.
4-2.
Little net cord there, but I think even if it doesn't clip the net, I mean, it's sailing past Tardio one way or the other.
5-2.
Nice spot there from Tardio on the return.
It's a good point for Gabriel. Gabriel's got to keep finding the positive right now. You need to acknowledge your opponent's good shots, say great shot, but then you've got to go back and reset and find the positive to restart the next point.
Oh, nicely done.
Well done.
Tardio really able to control that rally from the transition zone. Didn't even get himself up to the net, but able to take those volleys out of the air.
We've got Jack Foster and Wyatt Stone battling on one of the outer courts right now. They're still alive in the back draw.
And an ace there for Whitehead. And I mean, Tardio's got a spin serve of his own that gives people some issues, but it's never fun when you have a spin serve and then someone aces you on their spin serve. Oh my gosh. Whitehead is, I don't even have words for how impressed I have been with him this weekend.
7-3.
And I think it's really important to point out that someone might tune into this and think, oh my goodness, Gabriel Tardio does amazing in singles at the pro level. He's just going to destroy these kids. And yet he's down 8-3 to somebody he maybe has never heard of before this weekend.
But that's what NextGen is all about. Bringing
Absolutely.
kids from across America. As we see this sport grow, it's giving these players opportunities not only financially, but then also the opportunity to just get to know each other and have valuable time on court.
8-3. Boy.
Another clean forehand from Garrett. Garrett's got great preparation. He gets his paddle back very early on both his forehand and backhand.
I mean, he's just passing Tardio left and right. Doesn't matter which side. He is just dominating here in this first game, and he's got a game point. And no timeout from Tardio.
That's a good point. Much better depth Gabriel had on that opening approach shot.
Whitehead, he just sets his feet so well. He's prepared for the shot. He's not swinging wildly through these shots.
10-3.
And that will be game one for Garrett Whitehead. 11-3 over Gabriel Tardio in our winner bracket final. Winner of this heads to gold. Loser heads to bronze. We'll take a short break. Game number 2 coming your way right after this. Winner bracket final underway. And Garrett Whitehead kind of took it to Gabriel Tardio here in game 1. Ken, if you're giving Gabe a little bit of advice or coaching, what are you telling him going into this second game?
Sure. It's very important that he think about what patterns he's doing right now. The patterns that he's saying against Garrett have not been effectively working. So the question Gabriel has to ask himself, is it because his opponent is hitting just too good of shots right now, or are the shots that I'm hitting in my pattern not deep enough, not penetrating enough?
Oh, really nice spot.
That was a positive point. Gabriel had much better depth on that ball. He came in and was able to stick a good volley.
Yeah, and that's where his length and reach comes in to play so much.
Boy. Yeah, I call point. Yeah, yeah. 1-0.
But this is good for Gabriel. I want to see how he's going to react to this. Winning Next Gen last weekend, he kind of put a target on himself. Everyone's trying to knock out the latest Next Gen. There's a little bit of different pressure he's got this week.
And Garrett Whitehead did play last week in Oklahoma City as well. So I think certainly in singles, maybe having a better showing than he did last weekend. I assume he took some of the coaching you guys gave him last weekend and put it to good use coming into this weekend.
Garrett's hitting the ball 4 inches from the baseline. His approach shots right now. He's doing everything he should be doing to put this pressure on Gabriel.
I thought maybe Whitehead should have taken that shot out of the air. I think he had time to do so, but lets it drop and still gets the winner past Tardio.
Side out.
Clean. Gabriel did a good job of saying up that time. Looks as if Jack Foster did take out Wyatt Stone. So Jack Foster advances through the back draw.
Yep, he'll be in the bronze medal match against the loser of this match.
Those of you at home cannot see this, but we have a huge plasma TV up above the studio that Lauren and I are in. This plasma TV is running about 10 seconds behind the stream, so as these players are hitting winners, they look at the repeat.
They watch themselves. Right there. Look at, they're watching themselves.
They're watching themselves on the winners that they're hitting.
Yep.
It's nice to be young, Lauren.
I don't even remember. It's that long ago. Yeah. I think the difference here as well has been Whitehead is starting to make some errors. We didn't see him make really any in that first game, and he's had a handful now in this second game, which has opened the door to Tardio to be able to get back in here. And he's up 6-1 as a result.
He's had a couple of errors. You're right about that, but Gabriel also has reset the point. He's giving Garrett a much more challenging ball and now putting a little bit more offense to some of his approach shots and some of his volleys. So I'm proud that Gabriel's been able to recompose a little bit here. Let's see how Garrett handles this. I mean, yesterday we talked about the triangles. Garrett just hit 3 triangles. Everyone was hit perfectly. That was a well-played point.
Oh. Just a little bit of a miss hit as that ball kind of took a funky bounce on Whitehead.
Both players are taking a lot of returns down the middle of the court. It's oftentimes a great pattern do we like to go to. Cuts down the passing shot angle.
Oh, good effort from Tardio, but again, Whitehead's able to take that out of the air. But I mean, look at this great get from Tardio.
2-8.
Oh my goodness.
That's a good point. Good hustle. You know, Lauren, every one of these young aspiring pros have all coming from a very supportive family. Wow. In talking with Garrett's family out of Utah, sounds like this boy has good grades in school, a very polite young man.
Oh, just too good. That two-handed backhand roll from Tardio gives him a game point.
Gabriel's parents are not able to be here, but I'm sure they're watching on the live stream. I spoke to Gabriel's father a couple nights ago, giving him an update on his matches. Two games.
All right, game 3 in our winner bracket final is coming up. We're having a couple 3-game matches here today. Didn't have a lot earlier in the weekend, but very exciting play going on. Back into the action and the conclusion of this winner bracket final right after this. A very exciting winner bracket final so far. Underway in game 3, I suspect, will be the same. Gabriel Tardio will start on the near end, Garrett Whitehead on the far end. They'll switch ends at 6. The score almost completely identical, but flipped in games 1 and 2 for our players.
1-0.
Ken, do you think we'll have a bit of a closer game 3, or will one of these players dominate again here in this third game?
It seems as if whoever has gotten off to the quicker start has been the one that has dictated the pace. It was an awfully good pass that Gabriel just hit off of Garrett's approach shot that was 2 inches off the baseline. Another.
Oh, he is just, yeah, he has clicked into another gear here after that first game where he was very clearly frustrated. But Andres Tardio also watching. Brother, shout out. The whole fam's online.
All right, Garrett needs to get some points here. He doesn't want to drop too far back. That's a good point. Good point by Gabriel. His approach shot was on the baseline.
He's really working that wrist flick up at the net as well. Oh my gosh. You said going into game 2 for Gabe about Garrett Whitehead. You know, is it that my opponent is just hitting better shots, or do I need to change something? And I think, do you think for Whitehead right now it's that Tardio is just hitting better shots right now?
Yeah, I'll address that when we get done with this point.
Oh, that was probably going out.
I think what happened in the middle part of that second game is Garrett was putting a lot of balls in Gabriel's wheelhouse or his target zone, and Gabriel was able to go inside out or inside in on that forehand. Garrett hits a very clean ball, and by that I mean there's not a lot of spin and not a lot of slice. So it's hard to get that ball out of your opponent's strike zone, and that is one area of his game. Wow.
What was that about? No slice and no spin?
Maybe he needs to do
Sliced
that on the return of serve.
that.
Holy cow.
Another ace there.
But a development for Garrett would be working on that slice approach as he's coming in to get that ball out of his opponent's strike zone. Well played. Good point.
I would have liked to see Whitehead after he got that drop and he knew Gabe was letting that drop to come in a little bit. He stayed at that baseline, gave Tardio that opportunity to just drop it right over the net.
All right, he tried to put some slice on that ball, but it was too short. So Garrett's got to keep working on keeping that ball deeper down the middle.
Yeah, Tardio gets himself to 6 first, triggers the end change, so he will conclude this winner bracket final on the far end, while Garrett Whitehead comes to the near end. One of these players is headed straight to gold, and one is headed to bronze, where Jack Foster is waiting. Chris Galan, our USA Pickleball Certified referee, kicks us back into the action.
Okay, 2-6. Let's see where he puts his serve. Gabriel was off balance on that volley.
Oh, it looked like Whitehead might have tripped on himself as he was coming up, but luckily that ball was sailing long.
Oh, Gabriel hit a great stretch volley on that opening volley out wide to his forehand. That was a great effort just to get a paddle on that ball. Garrett's gone to that one-handed backhand a couple times. He has a really deceptive two-handed backhand where he holds the ball to the last second. It's too tough. But I'd like to see Garrett use that two-hander a little bit more on the passing shots, especially when he tries to roll that ball with topspin. Makes Gabriel volley up. That's a clean pattern.
Oh, that was out. I don't know about that. I would say that was good, but live, it's really tough to see. That one was also out. That got called out, right? What? What?
Oh, ball was in.
How was that in? Are my eyeballs no longer working? Timeout? Timeout? Yep.
Timeout's maybe a little late here.
Yeah, that's tough. Had 2 quick rallies that resulted in points that those calls were very close. Spencer, we got a replay on that baseline one from the previous one. Let's see how bad my eyesight really is. All right, match point here for Gabriel Tardio. Oh. All right, Whitehead throwing everything he's got at Tardio there at the end, but wasn't quite enough. So after a very dominant first game, Tardio takes over in 2 and 3, and he will head back to gold as he's done this weekend and last. But perhaps a rematch against Whitehead. We'll see how that bronze medal match goes against Jack Foster. We're back into the action in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Gabriel Tardio as he heads to the gold medal match. You mentioned when we came over here, you were a little nervous there for a minute. That first game, you definitely were super frustrated. Garrett really kind of dominated in that first game. What did you know you needed to change going into game 2?
I knew that I needed to risk a little more. I started risking my serve, and so I had easier returns, so I could hit better passing shots. That was the main thing, but also I was hitting my shots, but I was I don't know how to explain it, but I was hitting it just to hit it. You know what I mean? I had to focus a little bit and really know where I want to put the ball. Yeah.
Well, you won last weekend in Oklahoma City. You're at the top of the leaderboard going into the final day here, and you head to gold. So seems likely you may come out on top here. What's been your favorite part about being able to play against new young players that are maybe who you'll face on the pro scene in a year or two?
Well, I didn't know almost everybody that is here, so make a lot of friends. New this is pincer. I never saw somebody do that, so that was the best part, meeting people and knowing the other people's game.
Yeah, a lot of new experiences, new players to face, which can only help your game improve as well. But do you want to give a shout out to anyone watching?
Shout out to my brother Andres, that it's always watching. He watches every single match, and of course my mom, my dad, and my little brothers are actually in Bolivia right now. Yeah, my whole family is watching from Bolivia. Yeah.
Love it. Shout out to the Tardio family. Awesome. Well, we'll see you in that gold medal match in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We have more action here at the APP NextGen San Antonio right after this.
ready for NextGen.
This is NextGen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the NextGen Tour.
Super excited about NextGen.
I can't wait for the APP NextGen Tour.
I'm super excited for NextGen.
Welcome back. We have our final women's singles match of the day.
2 out of 3, 2-11. Game 1, time in.
It's like Bob Swissholm just knows when I'm going to start talking and decides to yell over me every time. Every time, Bob, every time. We have Ivy, Ellie Smith on the near end. I was just talking to Ivy. And Amanda Hendry on the far end. 2 out of 3 game match. Currently, Amanda Hendry in first place, undefeated in our women's round robin. So if she wins this match, she will be our first place finisher.
Side out.
Lauren McLaughlin along with Ken Hermann here in the booth as we're winding down our day. Ken, did Spencer manhandle you a little bit over there?
A little bit. He's making sure my mic's on properly and everything. So Amanda took second place last week in Oklahoma City. So she's played an awful lot these last 2 weeks. Very committed to her game, and she's and had a good 2 weeks here. She's played very well here in San Antonio.
0-2.
Really nicely done there. Of course, Hendry is a lefty.
It's well done. Amanda's got a very strong forehand. She can really roll her opponent out wide to their backhand. And then if she gets a midcourt ball, she loves to take her forehand and drive it down the line to try to open up the court.
Bill Kennedy says hello, Ken.
3-2.
Say hi to Bill.
Always good to hear from Bill.
Point. 4-2. Sorry, I will recall. 4-2.
Yeah, Hendry's doing a really great job getting up to that line and just kind of controlling the rest of the rally from there.
5-2.
Good try.
Point.
Hendry, 23 years old, out of Port St. Lucie, Florida.
6-2.
And yeah, last weekend in Oklahoma City, as you mentioned, she took second overall, but she got a silver in singles, a gold in women's, and a silver in mixed, which put her in that second spot. So she's looking to do one better this weekend, and she's well on her way to doing so. Her opponent, Ellie Smith, also 23, out of Bone Gap, Illinois. What a cool place to live, Bone Gap.
Bone Gap, yep.
I mean,
Well, Ellie is a fighter. She is a very, very delightful young lady.
yeah.
New to the pickleball scene, and is a very tenacious, consistent player. And this is a great opportunity for her to get on the live stream and be able to look at her matches. And she's got some firepower. She's just not going to lay low out here. She's going to go after Amanda.
She's very, very impressed me.
Server, you still have 2. Time in. 6-2. Point.
And Bill asks, what's coming up next week? Nothing, Bill. Finally, for the first time in a long time, nothing is happening next week. So I'm going to be on my couch a lot, in bed a lot. It's going to be a great time. That one goes just long, unfortunately. But we do have some very exciting things on the APP Tour coming up, which we'll chat about when we have a minute. Oh, beautiful spot there.
It's a good roll. We've talked about the supportive parents of all these young aspiring pros. Amanda's mom that we did a shout out last week, Vanessa, big supporter of Amanda's. I know the parents spend some time in New Jersey, and also they've got a place down in Florida where Amanda trains a lot.
Side out. Side out.
Ellie had a good approach at that time. Amanda didn't quite get down low enough for that ball.
2-9.
Lauren, we've got some heat here. San Antonio, 107 degrees.
Yeah, it's been a little toasty. If anyone was trying to convince me to move to Texas, this has absolutely made my mind up that no thank you.
So Amanda was going to go to the Riverwalk and enjoy parts of San Antonio.
It's like one of the most amazing things in San Antonio. My parents also told me to do that. I was like, I can't breathe outside. What are you talking about? And that will get game 1 in the books. And as our ladies have a couple minutes, Ken, we got some exciting stuff coming the rest of the year. We're only halfway through this year.
I know.
I can't. I've lived 3 years in the last 6 months, and we're not even close to being done. What's coming up?
Let's give a shout out. First off, last week, Oklahoma City, Adam Stone, Scott Fliegerman,
Safari Stone.
Scott Fliegerman. We had a great time with them in Oklahoma City. The Chicken and Pickle, they have just been amazing, taking unbelievable care of us, and the players and the food. Every time I come, it's chicken and waffles, and waffles.
Yeah. What else are you going to do?
But just the whole entire team here has just been terrific, and they've treated not only our team but just the players so kindly and graciously, and everything with all that. We were in England last week, weren't we, at this time
we
too?
Sure were.
We were in London.
Absolutely. It took me about to yesterday to even finally shake my jet lag. So, yeah, we popped on over to England for a skosh.
So Karen Mitchell, the whole entire team over there, what an amazing experience, and just a terrific event over there at the English Open.
Yeah, Karen Mitchell and Sam Basford did an amazing job and met so many fabulous people. Can't wait to hopefully go back again next year.
That's a good pattern for Amanda. Amanda does a really nice job of hitting the ball on the run. She got her paddle back early, stayed down real low on that approach shot.
Oh, very nice two-handed backhand down the line.
So Ellie's coming in, which I love, but then she's staying stagnant in the middle of the court. She's got to either move to her left or her right and try to anticipate a little bit where Amanda's going to be passing that ball. That's probably the next stage of her development, is working on her volleying skills and also movement up at the net. Where is she thinking her opponent's going to pass her? What are some shots that her opponent has passed her on before in the past?
That one sails a little long. But 2 weeks from now, we're back in action at the Beer City Open, our next tournament stop on the APP Tour. And then we're just we're off and running after that, Ken.
We do. Well, first off, Grand Rapids, what an amazing tournament Andrea Coop, Paul Richards, and the team put on there at Beer City. It is a golden ticket tournament, and there are only Beer City and the Atlanta Metro are the last 2 golden tickets this year for players hoping to qualify for nationals in 2022 at Indian Wells.
Be here before you know it.
So Beer City closed out within 15 minutes. It's sold out, and I know we have a couple of spots left for APP Atlanta Metro in September.
Yep, so if you're looking to try and get one of those golden tickets to nationals so you don't have to enter the lottery, definitely check out the Atlanta stop. Really nice venue there. We're going to have a timeout here from Ellie as she sails that return high and long. Are there any tournaments coming up in 2022 that you're excited about being at that's maybe a new place we didn't go last year?
They're like my children. I love them.
You
all.
cannot separate any of them.
And the volunteer teams, being the official pro tour of USA Pickleball, just all the help with the ambassadors and the local pickleball clubs. We can't do it without the help of all the support. But we're back in New Jersey this year, so we're underway with heavy work with New Jersey. Then we're in Philadelphia, and then it's Chicago, Atlanta, Sacramento. So we end up going right into that fall season. And
Alabama.
A beautiful 24 dedicated court facility that is covered in Opelika, Alabama.
And then we're back in Texas and Houston.
Well done. Even though Ellie lost that point, she needs to realize the positive. She made Amanda hit 3 more balls, kept herself in the rally. It's good job, good hustle, Ellie. She's not gonna roll over here.
6-1. Point.
Beautiful
Nice return,
spot.
Ellie. Nice return. She looks over at us and we're
She's just
cheering
like
her on.
shrugging her shoulders, like, I don't know what happened there, but I'll take it, I guess.
Good for her. Good for her.
Yeah, she's had such a positive, lovely attitude and spirit all weekend. It's been very nice to. Oh, she pulled off at the last second because she thought it was going long and it dropped just on that baseline. But yeah, she's been a delight to meet and get to know here a little bit.
8-1. Point. 9-1. Point.
All right, championship point.
10-1.
This will indeed solidify Hendry's #1 spot on the standings for this weekend.
Amanda Hendry will be APP Next Gen San Antonio champion. Congratulations, Amanda, with that singles win.
Yes, and well played by Ellie Smith as well. We are sure to see more of her in the future. We'll take a short break, back into the Franklin studio with our champion, and we'll be back with our men's bronze medal match right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Next Gen champion of San Antonio, Amanda Hendry. You were in Oklahoma City last weekend. You got second overall. So coming into this weekend, I'm sure you were hoping to do a little bit better and get that top spot, which you did. What did you take from your performance last weekend that you used to learn from coming into this weekend?
Yeah, I think just staying calm throughout my matches. I think the entire of last weekend I was a little bit tight almost, and then this weekend I was more just kind of trying to keep my cool throughout every game, and sometimes I got a little bit tight, but I was able to reset pretty fast. So I think that was a major difference from last weekend to this weekend.
We talked to some of the other players, and when you get to play this new kind of group of players, you're probably playing some ladies you have never seen before or played against, some guys in mixed as well. Do you feel like that helps your game improve when you're playing and seeing new people?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Jack and I, we play pretty much the same people every weekend, so it's nice to kind of see some different looks, work on our own game a bit too. I've never had to go up against so many spin serves in my life. Everyone here has a spin serve. So got to work on that a bit too, which is always good. Challenging, but good.
Excellent. Well, let's bring in Ken Hermann with our, the APP doesn't do, we crush everyone in the trophy size department. There's no question.
Well, Amanda, congratulations. You played lights out all week long. She is not only a great aspiring pro, but she's also one of the nicest gals with everyone that we've got here. You've got a huge fan base down in South Florida cheering you on right now. It's ringing up all over social media. But congratulations, 2 terrific weeks with Oklahoma City and San Antonio. You are our Next Gen champion. Well done, Amanda.
Thank you.
Yay. All right, congratulations once again to Amanda Hendry, first place finisher here today. But we have our men still to sort out, so we have that bronze medal match coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to our men's bronze medal match. Ooh. Ooh, it's popping in my ears. Spencer's doing something with the microphone. He said, I'm fine, guys. He said, I'm fine. It's okay. I'm saying it's fine. No, I know. All right, so we have Jack Foster in the pink. Actually have not seen Foster on center court yet today on the stream, so his first appearance. He takes on Garrett Whitehead on the far end. Should be an interesting matchup.
2-0. Side out. 0-2.
Nice little deceptive, sort of an Ernie, but Jack Foster doesn't do anything traditionally, so appreciate that. Lauren McLaughlin and Ken Hermann back courtside, and I was so sad. Chris, our referee, reminded me that I didn't hear beforehand that Amanda Hendry, this is her final next gen because she's aging out after this. So she went out on top.
She went out on top.
It.
That's the way that a person always wants to do it. So that's good. And again, congratulations to Amanda.
Oh, that was really nice from Whitehead, but he overdid it a little bit. Foster out in front big here.
So last week, Lauren, Jack did win the singles portion of the next gen. He finished third overall when you added the doubles and mixed doubles, but he did win the singles last week. So he is the top seed in this week's draw.
Yeah, Whitehead, we talked earlier about how cleanly he has been playing, but so far he's kind of had some errors plaguing this first game as we get started. Gabriel Tardio is in the gold medal match and will take on the winner of this. Oh, nice hands.
Good point.
Really
Good hustle.
nicely done. And Foster generally doesn't love the cat and mouse game. So don't see him get into that too often. Oh, unfortunate.
Well, I'm very proud of Jack Foster, regardless of what happens with this match. He is a top 10 established pro on the tour, and to come back and play next gen to continue to work on his double skills shows a lot of growth and maturity in this young man. It's always difficult to play against peers that are younger than you. So now he's coming up against some people that are very talented, and it's a different type of pressure.
Absolutely. And just, as Amanda mentioned, she's seen more spin serves this weekend than she's used to handling. Foster, I think, probably similarly, as he just got aced by Whitehead on the last one.
But this is what player development is all about, being able to see everything. Whether it's in Texas, California, Arizona, Florida, with the humidity, you've got to be able to play on all surfaces and all conditions against all type of players.
Again, a couple nice gets there from Whitehead, but Foster ultimately overcame that. And I think some people, too, don't realize that a lot of these up-and-coming players, they like being able to face Jack Foster, who they've seen play on the pro circuit, because they're not at the pro level yet. They're not going to get a chance to play someone like him in other situations. So this is a huge advantage for them to be able to see how they measure up against someone a little bit more established.
Yep. Very true point.
And although Foster does not have a spin serve, he has such a fast, powerful serve with that big windmill forehand. And it's given Garrett Whitehead some issues here.
Garrett Whitehead very clean up at the net. Good technique. Uses the correct grips on both his volley and overhead smashes. He's building a sound technique off of his strokes. Clean pass there.
Beautiful drop.
Good job moving his feet away from the ball and not getting jammed here. Look at how he's gotten the paddle back.
Mm-hmm.
And the ball did not get too close to him.
There's been just a couple times in his previous matches as well as this one, I'd like to see Garrett be a little bit more aggressive. I think he's let some balls drop that he could come in and take out of the air and volley.
Yeah, I think you're right, Lauren. I think you're right.
But just here and there, not overall playing super well, but you sounded so disappointed when you had to say I was right. He was like, "You're right. You're right."
Lauren, you like me have watched more pickleball matches.
I mean, I'm up there. I'm up there. That's for sure.
This is good. I'm encouraged by this. If Garrett's going to lose this first game, I want it to be competitive. The last two games we saw against Gabriel last match, he wasn't in the second or third game. He's got to send a message to Jack that he's not going to roll over. Jack came up with a great volley there, about 2 inches off the baseline.
And while Jack, has been out in front the whole time and a little bit more in control, I have watched Jack Foster play enough to know he's not taking this for granted.
No.
He knows that Garrett can beat him, and he's doing his best to make sure he doesn't give him that opportunity. So Foster is not, taking it easy by any means. This is just as competitive as any other match against a top player. It was close.
Garrett talking to us.
Okay. He needed 2 more inches.
Wow. Well done. Good athleticism off of Jack's part.
Yeah, he left that up a little high. Foster did let that bounce, but that will conclude game 1 for Foster, up 11-6. So we'll take a short break, back into the action in game 2 right after this. back into our bronze medal match, our second to final match of the weekend here at the APP NextGen San Antonio tournament. We have Garrett Whitehead on the near end here for game number 2, taking on Jack Foster on the far end in pink. Foster taking game 1, 11-6. Oh, beautiful shot. I think Foster thought that was going to hit the net because he kind of hesitated just at the last minute.
That's one of Garrett's best shots, is that backhand roll.
Accidentally pushed that behind Chris.
So let's see what Garrett can do this second game. He's got to stay positive. He's got to stay up on his line. He's got to keep taking that passing shot early and not let the ball get too close or not get too far off that line. Jack's a very dominant player and can really bully an opponent off the court.
Excuse me. Okay. All right. Whitehead coming out already showing a little bit more confidence here. Sails wide off that net cord.
0-2.
Foster does a really great job also of serving right up that middle line. Not every time, but there's, wow, great hands.
It's a good ball. Jack likes to take that ball down the middle. Gives his opponent really no angle to come in off of.
Really nicely done.
Well done. Garrett had a good pass there, forced Jack to volley up. Garrett's got to, again, we talked about the last game, Garrett's got to stay in here with him.
Good leave. Trademark Jack Foster starting to show himself as he's talking to himself. Upset that he knows exactly where the ball's going. Why can't he hit the shot he wants to hit?
It's a good call. Ball was out.
Foster stopping the rally, calling his own ball out after it looked like Whitehead was going to play it. That one clips the net and sails wide.
All right, Jack's down 1-4 this game.
1-4.
Yeah. Garrett's got to watch that line. He had a real clean approach shot. I was actually really impressed with how well he had gotten that ball with some pace and some spin on that ball. Well done.
Talked to Whitehead after one of his earlier match wins and asked him, how much time he spends drilling. And he said every week he's spending 10 to 20 hours drilling with a ball machine.
Sure.
Just working on consistency, being able to hit great shots over and over again, because he said very wisely at his young age that what separates the good players is not being able to hit a great shot, it's being able to hit it consistently.
Yep. And not having the unforced errors. This sport is won by the player who makes the least amount of unforced errors.
Beautiful.
This is good. I'm happy Garrett's stepping up here.
I mean, watching him all weekend, he has all of the talent and skills to beat anybody here this weekend, no doubt. We heard about Foster's frustration with the spin serve after game 1. Understandably so. All right, we're going to have a timeout from Jack Foster as Garrett Whitehead out in front, 6-3 here in game 2. What are you noticing, Ken?
Well, Garrett's come out with a sense of a purpose out here. He's very definitive. He's holding on to his line. He's taking the passing shots earlier. And what I really like is between, I think, the last match that he played against Gabriel and this match, he's coming out, putting some slice on the approach shots, trying to get the ball low on Jack, and really sticking that first volley. So he's really had a good talk with his family over there, and it looks as if he's made some adjustments off of his game. He's a very talented individual. You know, one of the things you always look for is how well does a player hit the ball on the run? And can they hit the ball back, but can they also get the ball back with spin when they're hitting the ball on the run? And this young man does both of that very well. He's going to have a good career of this sport.
Oh, yeah, that last one was going out, but Foster comes out on top. I think he just has so much power on his drives. And he's not a huge guy, doesn't have, you know, a lot of body mass behind that power, but doesn't need it.
Well, you're right. He doesn't need it because technically he's very sound. That's all that time he's spending on that ball machine, and he's got somebody on his team that is working with his mechanics to get all of his technique correct. So now all he has to do is just consistently work on his patterns and his strategy. Good serve by Jack, and good opening pass. That's when Jack plays his best. He's moving forward. He's very definitive with where he wants to hit his shot.
And he's tied it back up at 6s. Oh, too good. And now we'll have a timeout from Garrett Whitehead as Foster takes the lead for the first time here in the second game, 7-6.
The pattern that Garrett just went for, we talked about yesterday during our one of our seminars. Garrett took the ball out wide to Jack's forehand, which can be dangerous. But I think what he was hoping to do was to expose the Foster backhand, and maybe then was going to hopefully come in and execute a volley to that backhand side. Garrett wasn't able on that approach shot that he hit to get that ball to Jack's strike zone, and that's the negative reward you pay is when you go into your opponent's wheelhouse. They can come after you and hit that pass. So it's always a little bit of a risk, you know, win by the sword, die by the sword type of mentality. But it's good that this young man is throwing some different shots at Jack. He's analyzing what he needs to be doing right now.
Good timeout there for Whitehead. Gets the side out quickly.
6-7.
Oh my gosh, she just absolutely annihilated that serve. What a get from Foster. Holy cow. I mean, and again, on the run, Foster hit such a great shot. Oh, yeah. Whitehead was overextended into the kitchen. Couldn't get on top of that ball. Yeah, Foster's really ramped up that serve.
Oh, the serve is becoming a weapon in pickleball. It is definitely a weapon.
No doubt. Spin or no spin. Spin or no spin. Foster just absolutely cranks that serve. Caught it behind him.
Wow. Good job, Jack. I know he's working very hard on his passing shots off of that backhand side to be able to defend it. He did a great job of staying down low on that backhand. Well hit.
Was a match point for him. We talk all the time about, Foster does not come from a racket sport background, which is why he has very unconventional strokes in his shots. But it works for him. You do what works for you. Oh, I thought he pushed that a little wide. Good effort from Whitehead, but so close to that side.
Jack has cleaned up a lot of his game technically.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Beautiful drop there. Well played. So bronze medalist Garrett Whitehead here today, but Jack Foster heads back to gold where he will face Gabriel Tardio. We will take a short break, head to the Franklin studio, and then back with our final match of the day right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Jack Foster as he is heading to the gold medal match. Came through the back draw, a little bit longer of a day. You faced Gabriel Tardio last weekend in the gold medal match as well in Oklahoma City. You were able to come out on top then. What worked well last weekend that you're hoping to do again for a repeat performance?
Well, the gold match, Gabe actually last week, he destroyed me in the 2 out of 3. And then I think the 10-minute break kind of cooled him off, so that worked. But I don't have a 10-minute break now, so we'll see what happens. He's an amazing player. He can hit shots, all kinds of shots. So give it my best shot, see what I can do.
I mean, it's all we can ask of you, Jack. So do you think overall this weekend you were happy kind of with your performance coming up against some new players and some ones you've played before? But overall, how do you feel like your performance was this weekend?
Got to play a lot of doubles against great opponents and trying to learn how to handle the spin serve a little bit better. Everyone has a spin serve here, but it's been a lot of fun,
Well, you need a couple minutes to break. I think we need to towel off. I'm getting like a slight shower spray as well, which I appreciate. But we'll see you in that gold medal match in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. That concludes our weekend right after this. All right, our final match of the day is about to be underway. Final match of the day, final match of the tournament here for our PP Next Gen San Antonio 2022 stop. Back where it all started, Ken. This was our first ever Next Gen tournament last year.
Game 1, time in, 0-0.
All right, we have Gabriel Tardio on the near end, taking on Jack Foster on the far end.
These two boys played against each other last week in the finals of Oklahoma City. It did go 3. Gabriel came out, won the first 2 games. Jack came back and won the tiebreaker game.
And I know Jack was saying he kind of tweaked his back a little bit in that last match. So he might be a little less than 100 here. You can see him kind of trying to massage that back in between these rallies.
3-0.
Hopefully he can still feel like he gave it his all, which we know that he does. Oh, he's definitely wincing a little though. Gabriel Tardio currently in first place on the standings list. So if he wins this, he will be our first place finisher.
Good. Gabriel's made it to the finals of all 3 events this weekend. He's gained a lot of matches, a lot of time on court.
Bob Swisshelm is our referee here, and a big shout out and huge thank you to Bob Swisshelm as well as Chris Galan, who have been our 2 referees for this Next Gen stop.
Now, Gabriel is in hog heaven right now. He's got monitors all throughout the court. After every point, he is looking at the monitor to see how the replay point goes.
He has really enjoyed being able to watch himself. I've been teasing him the entire weekend. Oh, this wide. Quick start here for Foster, and I suspect we probably will not see a timeout from Foster because I think he knows it's possibly his back that's causing him to not be able to give his best performance here today, so timeout not necessarily going to help that situation.
Jack's got to tell himself to take this 1 point at a time.
Do what you can do.
1-6.
It's good cleanup. Good clean first volley and a great approach shot. Gabriel was able to execute off of a pretty good Jack Foster serve.
Gets it down the line. And a little yeah from Tardio. Tardio not necessarily super vocal on the court, but was excited about that, and we do have a timeout here from Foster.
Gabriel did a great job of moving his feet on that last backhand passing shot down the line and did a really good job staying down low as he swung through that ball.
Try and rock a little icy hot here. Queen Shay thinks we should play a singles match on the live stream, Ken. You and me.
15 seconds,
He's just blankly staring at me. I do so enjoy our time spent together. Chat room. You always make these extra special.
Good point there. Jack just did not have the right ball to try to put it away, so he kept jamming or attempting to jam Gabriel down the middle there, trying to cut off his angle. One of Gabriel's strengths is his ability to hit the ball on the run with spin. He's also got very good instincts, has a good sense of where the pass is going to come. He's got a good judge of where the ball is going to come off of his opponent's paddle.
Yeah, just 16 years old, just so good. And he's been playing at the pro level for over a year now. I remember seeing him when he was 15 in Chicago a year ago.
Yeah. Gabriel is definitely putting the time in. Again, a very supportive family. Gabriel quit playing high school tennis this year because it was messing up his pickleball.
Oh, no?
So strokes are different on a tennis court than they are in pickleball, just to be able to devote more time. He's got a great group of people down there in South Florida he's able to train with. This young man needs to keep getting good grades in school.
Nice. Beautiful drop there from Foster. He does that very well. Managed to fend off the game point from Tardio.
1-10.
And as we mentioned, these two faced off in the gold medal last weekend in Oklahoma City at NextGen. Gabriel won the 2 out of 3 portion, and then Foster was able to win in the tiebreaker match to 15. But right now, Gabriel Tardio out in front and in command. We'll take a short break going into game 2 of our final match of the weekend. And that's coming up right after this. Geez, I got to make sure I don't make Ken laugh right before we go on air anymore. So a big shout out first to Matthias Tardio. I will make sure that it is known publicly that you are Gabe's favorite brother. Oh, sails that one wide off the net. Into game 2 of our final match of the day. This is our gold medal match. If Tardio comes out on top, he'll be the first place finisher. On the men's side here for NextGen, beautiful drop there from Foster.
And if Jack was to come back and win this singles match, then both Jack and Gabriel are tied on points. It would then come to the weekend's direct head-to-head competition, and they are also tied with direct wins against each other, which means that head referee Bob Swisshelm is going to have to go back and count points per USAPA guideline rules. So it will really be a nail-biter for NextGen if Jack can pull off this match.
Gorgeous. Looks like that icy hot starting to take effect.
Well, Jack's just going to go for broke right now. He's a true competitor.
Yeah, he's a fighter. Good effort there, but Tardio just holding strong at the line.
0-3.
Oh. Oh. Tough. Beautiful pickup there from Foster on, oh no, on this shot right here. I mean, that's almost behind him.
Yeah.
Point. 2-3. Point.
Awfully clean pass there.
3-3. Point.
Well, so
Foster
Jack.
upset.
Well, Jack's come in on some. Jack has come in some very deep approach shots, but he's not getting the ball to Gabriel's strike zone. Gabriel's getting a good crack at it.
Side out.
Great backhand overhead volley there. Jack is one of the best athletes out here.
3-4.
I mean, he comes on top and you could see Tardio, he's getting pulled off his feet every time that Jack hits one of these drives.
4-3. Point. Timeout receiver. 5-3.
That's a great point, Lauren. So if the viewer is home watching right now, the best thing that you can learn from watching Gabriel volley is he always keeps his paddle above the net when he's hitting volleys. Even if he's pulled out wide, he's finding the way to lift the ball over the net and not drop his paddle below the net. Anytime a player drops their paddle below the net, then the ball will go into the net, and Gabriel does that just as good as any other pro that I've seen out there with his ability on stretch volleys to keep that paddle up and over the net so he gets that lift off that volley.
Receiver, you have 1 remaining timeout.
See Jack Foster stretching his back there during that timeout. Back into the action, Tardio with the serve up 5-3 in the second game.
Side out.
Things are a little bit reversed this week, Lauren. Last week, Jack had won the winner's bracket draw. This week, Gabriel won the winner's bracket draw. Today, Jack was upset by Eli Bertram.
Earlier in the day, so he has not even faced Tardio yet today.
Eli is a very talented young man. He lives on the Illinois-Indiana border. Has a wicked, wicked serve, and has been a supporter of all 3 of the NextGen events that we've had this year. He's a very competitive young man. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's going to have a very bright future.
Foster digging deep here. Can hear him talking to himself, telling him, come on. Oh, that's nice.
Well, that's one of Jack's best points.
Yeah, Foster has really took a timeout a little bit earlier in this second game, and since then has just turned it around here. And a timeout from Tardio as a result.
This is good. This is a smart timeout that Gabriel took. Jack's starting to find a little bit more rhythm and a little more bite on his ball here. We've had good crowds here, you know?
Absolutely.
Great support from the San Antonio pickleball community. A lot of
Friends
folks coming
and
out and playing.
Everyone has really enjoyed this event, heard nothing but great things. A lot of people meeting new friends at these events because a lot of younger players don't necessarily have higher level people their own age to play with wherever they're from. So this is such a cool opportunity for them to compete, but then when the competition is done, they have drilling, they have mentorship with yourself and Rick Witzkin this weekend, as well as just playing rec games with each other. Good hands.
It's good instincts. Gabriel held it to the last second until he moved to where he was anticipating Jack was going to hit the ball.
5-8. Side out.
All right, big series right here for Jack.
8-5.
Looks like he changed his mind. I felt he was going to pass down the line and then flicked his wrist at the last second trying to go cross court.
5-8.
Oof. A nice little setup for himself.
6-8. Point.
He's definitely not okay, I don't think. Foster not able to hold back at all because it's not what he does. Just full tilt into the side. He seems relatively unscathed. Nice little round of applause as everyone was holding their breath there for a moment.
Side out. 8-7. Foot fault.
Oh, that is so tough. Foot fault on the push off here from Foster.
7-8.
Great return by Jack. Gabe went for the slice jam serve. Jack got away of the ball. Came up with a solid returns back in control here at 8-7.
I was blocked.
All right, Tardio calls this just wide. I mean, I don't disagree with Tardio's call. It was very close, but I do think it just missed that line.
Side out.
Man, Foster just digging deep here. He is going to grind this out no matter what. And Tardio knows it.
Side out.
Well, both boys are playing to win. They're both trying to set the momentum.
8.
Neither player's holding back right now. It's going to come down to execution.
Side out.
Oh, wow, what a rally. That was such an amazing effort from both players. They both had some unbelievable gets.
Gabriel did a great job of staying in his pattern, as did Jack.
And Foster has finally earned himself a game point to force this to 3. Oh, again, just the effort from
Jack made him hit 2 extra balls that time. All right, Gabriel's 7-10. Needs to see what pattern he wants to set up here.
7-10.
And Foster did a great job just going sideline to sideline, making Tardio move a lot during that, trying to open up the court. Another game point. Oh, that one went long. Oh, Tardio thought that was good. I thought that easily missed, but a huge serve there from Foster. And that will be game 2 in the books. We're going to a third. We'll be right back into the action and the possible conclusion of this gold medal match right after this. Welcome back. Game number 3 in this very exciting, very drama-filled gold medal match. Gabriel Tardio on the near end, 16 years old, out of Jupiter, Florida. Quick side out to Jack Foster on the far end, 20 years old, out of Vero Beach, Florida. Tardio absolutely dominated in game 1, winning 11-7, but Foster was able to make something work in game 2. Really grinded out a lot of the rallies and points and earned himself this 3rd game. If Foster wins this 3rd game, we'll go to a tiebreaker match to 15.
0-0.
Well played, Gabriel. Beautiful forehand by there as he was moving forward.
0-0. Side out.
So if Gabriel Tardio wins the gold medal match. He will be the first place finisher overall for the weekend, which he was last weekend as well in Oklahoma City, NextGen. If Foster wins, however, it puts us in an interesting situation because they are tied head-to-head, so we'll have to go to point differential between these two over the weekend. What a get.
Well done. Well done, both players. Jack with a high defensive lob to try to buy him some time to get back in position. Gabe's checking out the monitor, made sure he hit that overhead good.
He always is. He is watching himself after every single one. I give him a hard time that he doesn't play as well from the far end because he can't see the TV.
He can't see the
Can't
monitors.
see himself.
Anyway, Jack Foster just came up with a terrific-looking backhand volley.
Oh, he should have put that away hard. Yeah, that was... I don't like that selection from Foster to not just crush that because Gabe hit an extra shot. He could have easily come out. Oh.
Again, Jack Foster making Gabe hit the extra ball every time.
Yeah, that was a great get from Tardio right there.
It's called a walking timeout, ladies.
Bob showed a little bit of humor so far this weekend.
Look at hilarious.
He's on the mic.
He's having a great
It's
time.
almost like he's doing a little jig out there.
Yeah.
Great return by Gabriel. He found Jack Foster's backhand deep to the corner. Well done.
Foster complimenting Tardio on the serve before he was even done trying to return it. We talk so much about how in singles a lot of the times, not every time, but you'll see the return go down the line, which we have seen the last few returns from both of these players. Foster especially likes to return down the line a lot. Oh, tweener.
Wow. A little bit of Kyrgios out here.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Kyrgios losing the Wimbledon final today to Novak Djokovic in 4 sets.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't watched it. Jeez, Ken. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh.
Well played, Jack Foster.
I mean, that was Gabe's mistake. He went right back to him. He needed to go cross-court into the open court. But again, he hoped Foster had already committed far enough across the middle that he could go behind him, but Foster's so squirrely.
Coach Lauren in the house.
I mean, I know people get mad at me, Ken, for coaching. Like I haven't watched enough pickleball to know.
All right,
a thing or
6-1.
two.
Foster's got the momentum. Let's see what Gabriel does here right now.
Gentlemen, looks like we're ready. Time in. 6-1. Point.
Good approach shot. A ball skid off the line. Very fair sportsmanship, Gabriel.
7-1.
Oh, that almost squeaked over. That was what he was looking to do several points ago. Let's hope he caught Jack enough in the middle he could go behind him.
One thing Gabriel does so well with that forehand that is so hard to read is he takes his left hand and he loads with that left hand, disguises where he's going to put that ball. It's very hard when you're playing against somebody who's got good technique to read where they're going to go with that forehand, whether they pull the trigger and go inside out or they go inside in. These two have played each other several times. They're starting to get a feel for each other's patterns, each other's choice of shots, which is why the level of play has gotten very high out here.
A couple of our next geners there.
Point. 3-7.
Good point. Jack went back in his pattern that time and pulled out wide. Smart choice of Jack's part. Wasn't enough depth on that approach shot.
Yeah, it looked like that skipped again on the line. Both these guys serving very deep, often getting right on that baseline.
Smart choice by Jack. Took the volley down the middle, jammed Gabriel. Gabriel didn't move his feet on that forehand, got caught late.
We have a match point for the 2 out of 3 portion for Foster. If he wins, forces the tiebreaker.
Well, Gabriel went and gave it right back to Jack. He jammed Jack on the same ball. Jack did not move his feet on that forehand. Well played. It's a good positive point for Gabriel. Well played.
Beautiful. We have seen more than enough lobs out of Tardio this weekend, but he is so good. And he's lobbing from the baseline over Foster at the kitchen line. That is so tough to do, and he just did it flawlessly. Oh! Ooh!
Well, regardless of what happens this game, if Foster still wins it, Gabriel is sending a message. He's going to be here for the extra game if we have to go to the extra game.
Tardio, little momentum has built on his side, though. Feeling a little bit of a shift.
Pulled it just wide. Had that corner open. All right, Jack's serving at 10-6. I think he's going to probably try to take the serve down the middle.
Oh, again. Was that in? He's
Caught
hitting
the
them.
line.
They're so close. They're so close.
Down the middle.
All right, so we will have the tiebreaker match to 15. Very exciting stuff. We'll have a little bit longer of a break, I think, while our players have a bit of a rest. And we're back into the action with the conclusion of this weekend in our men's bracket right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We have the final conclusion of our gold medal match. We went to 3 in the 2 out of 3 portion. Jack Foster coming back from the brink. And now we have one match to 15 that will decide how this weekend stacks out for these gentlemen. Jack Foster on the far end, Gabriel Tardio on the near end. And this is, again, this has been like a knockdown, drag-out fight between these two in this gold medal match.
They are both playing to win right now, going for their shots. Gabriel had some momentum at the end of that third game. He's right back in there. That topspin lob again, Lauren.
He loves it.
Gabriel checking out the replay on the monitor.
He can't help himself. What's the old fable of the person that was like staring at their reflection in the water too much? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know that fable. And I'm much older than you, Lauren, so I should know that fable.
It doesn't end well for the person that's obsessed with their reflection.
Oh.
No, I wasn't trying to make the comparison, but it just reminded me of that fable.
Well, one of Gabe's best patterns is to take the ball down the middle. He did it successfully, but didn't put enough on his opening volley, and that's where Jack was able to get a clean pass. Gabe's got to stay with him in these early stages of this match.
You blocked me. I can't overrule it. Point.
So Gabe looks like he doesn't even know what the call was here. I mean, it might have caught the outside of that line. Happened so fast, though. Very close either way.
0-4.
I'm laughing at Ken laughing. I want you guys to know that.
Just a reminder, no coaching from the audience, please. I don't know what that interaction was.
He wasn't. He was looking at the TV.
Okay, thank you. 1-4. Side out.
Foster wants to make this interesting at the end of the day because, again, if he wins this,
4-1.
that causes some calculations to be done for the order of where everyone places today.
I'm looking at Gabriel, and I'm trying to figure out what is he trying to do right now. What's his objective? He looks like he's just not focused.
He looks a little lost, yeah.
It does not look like he is channeled in.
Side out. One, 4.
Oh, wow. Foster almost got that back. Tardio was very aggressive, though, coming in, making sure to take that out of the air.
2, 4. Side out.
Well done, Jack, keeping the pressure on, moving forward, putting a lot of bite on his first volley, keeping Gabriel on his heels. Well, that's right in his wheelhouse.
We will change ends at 8 here in this match to 15.
5-2. Point.
Tardio staring at that sideline again. Just seems like he's been so unsure about these calls.
Well, Jack's painting the line.
Yeah.
And Good sportsmanship on Gabriel's part. He's not everything close he's playing. Both these two men have been very fair with their line calls.
7-2. Point. Time out to change in.
All right, Foster gets to 8 pretty decisively here as we're into this match to 15. And
well,
yeah, I'm not. Yeah, you mentioned it. Tardio just looks a little, just unsure about what his
he doesn't know
what his plan is.
He's you can just tell when looking at a player's eyes off the side. He just doesn't know what he wants to do right now. So this is where we talked about yesterday, having a notebook and going over what are your objectives, and during the timeout looking at your notes, seeing if you're staying to what your true objectives are and reevaluating things. But right now he just does not look as if he feels confident with what he wants to do out here.
Yeah, it seems like he might have had a game plan, but Foster's kind of thrown a wrench in it, and he didn't have a backup plan. So he's kind of floundering a little bit here.
9-2.
All right, Gabriel's got to get 1 point at a time. Reset here.
2-9. Side out. 9-2. Point. Timeout receiver.
I mean, the serve return is always a crucial part of any pickleball match, but Tardio's just giving away a lot of free points here, not getting that return in.
Returning serve is so important. Sometimes you need to give the server a different stance. Moving a foot back, moving a foot to the left, moving a foot to the right gives that server a different look. And as I'm looking at Gabriel right now, he's standing in the same place on both the odd and even side when he's returning serve. And I wonder if he can move his positioning around to give Jack a different look.
Side out. 2-10. Point.
One of the few unforced errors Jack has made this third game. Another one.
I mean, he's repaying the favor. And that can quickly get out of hand here with how good Tardio is. Always.
Topspin lob.
Yep.
Wow. That's why Gabriel's going to be a top pro. The ability to be in defense and to find the offense within a stroke or two. He's got that sixth sense about him that he's able to do that.
I really love that he threw in that lob to mix it up. Set up. Wow. I mean, what a good decision from Foster there. Throwing up that lob. Good recovery off the net from Tardio.
All right, the lid's been cut in half.
The lid? Did you say lid or lead? Ken?
Lead.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, did I mishear you? Oh.
Jack looking over to his support corner. Amanda Hendry there is saying off positive come-ons and motivation for him. Oh, that's vintage Jack Foster, a deep serve and a Mach 40 forehand.
I mean, it really is. And I mean, thinking about Foster's game, even from a year ago when we were here in San Antonio, the consistency is, oh my gosh.
That's the flea flicker.
The pretzel.
The flea flicker.
Foster's that's so good. Foster's consistency is at another level than it was a year ago. There's no denying that. That's simply.
And he's playing better doubles and mixed doubles. That was the whole point of me talking to Jack, saying, let's continue to support NextGen. Let's keep working on your double skills and your mixed double skills and get that valuable time on court.
Yeah, he's always been a very dangerous player, and because he's so unorthodox, makes him hard to read, but he was always inconsistent and a little streaky, and he's really honed that in much more.
That's a beautiful point by Gabe. Gabe elected to roll that backhand pass, forced Jack to volley up, and then Gabe was able to sneak in and put that ball away. Very smart.
We're going to time out here from Foster as Tardio is mounting a comeback, starting to play much more confidently, more aggressive. And I heard him say to me in his interview, I think after the winter bracket final win, is when he lost really badly in the first game. He had to start, well, he said he had to start playing more risky, but I knew he meant more aggressive, hit his shots that are a little harder but greater reward.
Yep.
And he's doing that right now as well.
Lauren, there's a fine line between playing to win and playing not to lose. And your champions always play to win, but it takes courage to play to win. 9-11. Tough approach shot. Hit that sideline. He was coming in. We have a nice sized crowd in here, and the place is dead silent.
I know, it's like eerily quiet. I mean, I'm used to sometimes pickleball crowds being a little quiet, but nobody's even talking.
Good volley by Death, finding the Foster backhand.
9-12. Point.
Smart play. Jack staying with his pattern, trying to find the angle to take Gabe off the court.
12, 10. Point.
Gabe pulled up on that return. He's got to stay down throughout the return. Another timeout, Lauren.
1 minute.
Yeah, this is getting very interesting. Again, if Tardio manages to win this, he's the outright winner. But if Foster wins it, then Bob Swisshelm's going to have to do a little tappity-tap on the computer, do some calculations about the point differential between these two players.
APP has put $15,000 into this event as a prize money, divided up evenly amongst the men and women. First place, $2,500, and we pay down 5 spots, with our 5th place finisher over the weekend combined long events receiving $500.
Not too shabby.
No, I'm
A
sure
lot
they're
of
not
these-
playing for the
yeah.
money. They're playing for the bragging rights of being next
Well,
gen.
of course. But a lot of these players have never played for money before, so it's pretty cool to get a little extra cash as well.
Big point. Big point.
I mean, he's going for broke on that serve.
10, 13. Side out.
We saw Gabe get a little word of advice from Wyatt Stone during the timeout.
13, 10. Side out. South.
Sometimes Gabe flicks that ball, and I don't think it's a good toss, and he goes for it. I think he went for that serve. I don't know if he was quite happy with that ball toss.
Yeah, sometimes we see servers that have that kind of intense spin toss. They feel a little rushed. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
We
that
got
ball.
a match point.
Yep, that ball was right in Jack's wheelhouse. Championship point, Jack Foster.
Ooh, he gets it done.
Congratulations.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And we don't know who's won yet. We got to do some calculations. So although Jack Foster is the gold medalist here in singles, Gabriel Tardio is the silver medalist. We still have to do some calculations for the overall winners in our men's division. So we will take a short break while we do those calculations. I'll head to the Franklin studio, and then we're almost done for the day. So thanks so much for joining us this weekend. A big thank you to Pickleball TV, Spencer Laurent and Mitch DeVoe, rocking out our production. Of course, a big thank you to Chicken and Pickle for their partnership on this Next Gen series. Beautiful venues across the middle of the country we're excited to go to. Ken Hermann, always a pleasure.
Lauren, thanks for letting me come in the studio with you.
I don't think I had a choice. You're my boss. I was like, I had to. I'm just joking. Always a pleasure. But we are going to take a short break, as I mentioned. We'll be back after this, and we'll let everyone know where our men shake out on the standings right after this.
So ready for Next Gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for Next Gen.
Welcome back one final time to the Franklin studio. The calculations have been done. Gabriel Tardio is once again our first place finisher here at the San Antonio Next Gen. Doubling up 2 in a row. Got to feel pretty good. How do you feel like overall your weekend went for this weekend?
Pretty good. Me and Wyatt won the 2 men's, and Jack was just a little too good for me in single. Well, it's amazing how I think he lost in the first round and he came back all the way and got gold. That's pretty amazing.
And we will see you next in Beer City, you were saying. So who are you going to be playing with there?
I will be playing with Travis Brettenmeyer and Lee Whitwell.
All right, excellent. That'll be super fun. Well, let's bring in Ken Hermann. We'll do our final little presentation here.
Wow, here we are. Gabe, seems like we were just here a couple days ago in Oklahoma City. Well, congratulations. 2 weeks in a row. Another $2,500 you get for being APP's Next Gen San Antonio. I don't want you to be disappointed about the match you played with Jack. You played terrifically. It could have gone either way. You are developing into a terrific player, and America is going to be in great hands with you leading the pack. So congratulations. I know your family's watching and cheering you on back home in Florida. Where are they in Bolivia right now?
Well, my little brothers are in Bolivia, but my parents and grandparents are in Florida.
All right, well, they've all been cheering you on the live stream, so that's been good. But everyone, our Next Gen champions, San Antonio, Gabriel Tardio, congratulations.
Yes, and then in second place, of course, was Jack Foster. Third place, Wyatt Stone. Fourth, Ercilio Cabieses. And rounding out the top 5 was birthday boy, Jake Farinyish. 21, let's go. Are you having fun tonight, though? Of course, he said. All right, well, we are signing off from San Antonio, Texas. We have a week off, and then we're in Grand Rapids, Michigan for the Beer City Open. Thank you so much for joining us once again. Always a pleasure, and we'll see you next time.